Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Professor Dr. Nur Hasan, Director of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Professor Nadi Suprapto, the Conference General Chair, representatives of Indonesian Ministry of Finance, Dr. Zilola Mirkasimova from Uzbekistan State World Languages University, Uzbekistan, Professor Nisya Gien Iparea from Tecnológico de Monterrey, Mexico, Ms. Ranitya Nurlita, Founder and Managing Director of Waste Hub, Professor Usman Gultekin from Istanbul Aydin University, Turkey, Profesor Asep Bayudani Nandianto, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Indonesia, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Welcome to the second International Conference on SDGs for Sustainable Future 2026. This annual conference is proudly hosted by Universitas Negeri Surabaya in collaboration with leading global institutions. My name is Cecilia Putri, and I am honored to serve you as your MC for the day. This year, we are excited to focus on the theme, Collaborative Action of Environmental Science and Renewable Energy for the Future on SDGs in Higher Educations. This event is made possible through the support of the Equity Program LPDP and our esteemed partners from across the globe. Let us come together to address the urgent issues of climate change, energy insecurity, and biodiversity loss as we advance the Sustainable Development Goals. To begin with, we shall listen to Indonesia's national anthem and UNESA's theme song.
Universitas Negeri Surabaya berperan aktif mencerdaskan bangsa, tangguh bermartabat berbudaya, tulus berbakti laksanakan tridharma, unggul berprestasi, karya inovatif, olahraga, ilmu dan seni, inklusif, adaptif, kolaboratif untuk kejayaan negeri. Dalam temur kami raih cita-citamu, berangi jujur dan teguh, jaga persatuan berkesan, teguhkan jiwamu untuk UNESA sang melangkah di depan. Dalam temur kami raih
It is now my honor to invite Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo, the Vice Director for Research, Innovation, Ranking Publications and Science Center at Universitas Negeri Surabaya, to deliver the opening remark. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greeting to everyone. First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize for not being able to attend this event in person because as I am currently engaged in academic commitment in Japan. So once again, please accept my sincere apologies. The Excellency Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Icssf, for his present and continuous support for international academic collaboration and sustainable development initiatives. We are also honored to welcome our esteemed keynote and invited speakers, Professor Prabal Datta Barua from University of Queensland, Australia, Professor Usman Galtekin from Istanbul Aydin University, Professor Dr. Asep Bayudani Nandianto from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Nisha Kalian Yeperea from Teknologi Kode Monterrey, Mexico, and Ranitya Nurlita, founder and director of Icssf Indonesia, whose work bridges academic knowledge and real-world environmental actions, and the committee of Icssf 2026. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome all participants, presenters, reviewers to the International Conference on Social Sciences and Futures, Icssf 2026. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your presence and active participation in this prestigious academic forum. This conference has demonstrated remarkable achievements. Icssf 2026 has successfully submitted 50 selected and recommended papers to the Icssf web of conferences, reflecting the high quality and relevance of the research presented. Furthermore, this conference is proudly attended by 85 presenters from diverse academic and professional backgrounds, representing countries such as Indonesia, Australia, the United States, Taiwan, Libya, the United Kingdom, Azerbaijan, as well as 24 other countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa. This strong international participation highlights the global relevance and collaborative spirit of Icssf 2026. Your presence enriches this conference and provides valuable insights into how environmental science, renewable energy, and innovation can be integrated to support the achievement of sustainable development goals in higher education. We have already known that today's the world changing rapidly. Through this conference, we hope to foster meaningful discussion, strengthen global network, and inspire new perspective that will contribute to the sustainable development, educational advancement, share research findings, build networks, and explore future collaboration that may lead to impactful solutions for a sustainable future and social transformation. Icssf 2026 serves as a platform for knowledge exchange, interdisciplinary dialogue, and international collaboration. We are honored to have distinguished keynote speakers and presenters who will share their expertise and insight throughout the conference. We strongly encourage all participants to engage actively in the sessions, ask questions, exchange ideas, and take full advantage of this valuable academic opportunity. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all speakers, reviewers, committee members, partners, and participants who have contributed to the success of Icssf 2026. Your commitment and enthusiasm are the driving forces behind this event. May Icssf 2026 be a fruitful, inspiring, and memorable experience for all of us. On behalf of the Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, I hereby declare this event officially open. Thank you very much for your attention and good luck. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang, for the opening remark. Let us now take a moment to pray together for the success of this conference. Let us invite Mr. Hassan Hidayatullah to lead the prayer. Please bow your heads as we offer our prayers.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bow our head for a moment to pray that today's conference will run smoothly and exceed our expectation. May this event bring blessing in correct collaboration, support the advancement of science, and contribute to the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. I will deploy using the Islamic tradition. Please let others adjust based on the religion and belief. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amaka fi mazida. Ya rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalikal karim wa adimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa rizqan tayyiba wa amalan mutaqabbala. Allahumma barik fi hadal mu'tamar waj'alhu sababa li ta'awun wa taqaddam wa najaha fi tahqiqi ahdafi tammiyah al-mustadama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your prayers. Now we would like to invite the executive boards and keynote speakers and all participants to turn on their cameras for a photo session. Please stay tuned as we capture this moment. For the committee, please help in capturing the photo session. Let us go to the first slide and hold on to your smile. Second slide. Third slide. And the last slide. Thank you for the wonderful smiles from all over the world. We will now take a 10-minute break before moving on to the keynote sessions. So please grab some refreshment and see you in a little bit. Standing majestically in the city of heroes to become a place for champions. Embracing all societies, creating a cultured campus, preserving the work of the nation's ancestors. Striving for achievement, igniting the fighting spirit of competition. Born from the basis of education and science, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now increasingly independent by earning the status of legal entity university. Having established 5 campuses in East Java that are integrated, UNESA is ready to reach various groups to be able to pursue higher education. UNESA Campus 1 is located on Ketintang, Surabaya. There are 6 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Science and Political Science, Faculty of Law, and Faculty of Vocation. Campus 2 UNESA is located on Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings, including the Rectorate Building, the Educational Institution and Professional Certification Building, and 5 faculty buildings which include Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Sports and Health Sciences, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Psychology, Professional Education, under the theme Collaborative Action of Environmental Science and Renewable Energy for the Future of SDGs in Higher Education, Icssf 2026 brings together scholars, researchers, policymakers, and industry practitioners to address pressing global challenges through interdisciplinary perspectives. We will now begin our first keynote session of the day, presented by Dr. Zilola Mirkasimova from Uzbekistan State World Languages University, Uzbekistan. She will share her insights on sustainable development and the role of higher education in driving impactful change. This session will be moderated by Lisa Lisdiana, PhD. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Zilola and also Dr. Lisa to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, I'm Lisa and I'll be the moderator for this session. It's my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Zilola Alisserafna Mirkasimova, a distinct academic from Uzbekistan State World Language University, Uzbekistan. Dr. Mirkasimova's work continues to inspire excellence and innovation across our community. Today, we are privileged to hear her presentation address on the importance of an interdisciplinary approach in ensuring environmental sustainability in higher education, a subject of great significance to our shared pursuit of knowledge. Dr. Mirka Simnova will deliver this topic at most for 30 minutes, and then we will continue with the question and answer session for 10 minutes. But if the participant have a question, then you can also write down your question in the chat box. Then please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to Dr. Mirka Simova. Dr. Mirka Simova, are you here? Hello, good morning in Indonesian time. And in Uzbekistan, I think it's also early in the morning now.
Yes, it's early in the morning. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning. And are you ready for your presentation now? I'm so sorry
Yes.
if I have a mistake in pronounce your name. Is Dr. Mirka Simova?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, then if you are ready for your presentation, then the time is yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for joining me at such kind of conference. And let's start my speech. As the international community entered the final 5 years of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world finds itself at a critical inflection point in human history. The year 2024 was officially recorded as the hottest year in 175 years, with temperatures reaching approximately 1.55 Celsius degree, above pre-industrial levels. This environmental crisis is coupled with a global development emergency, where nearly half of the Sustainable Development Goal targets are moving too slowly, and 18% have regressed below 2015 levels. Carbon dioxide levels have reached their highest point in our 2 million years, while our 800 million people remain trapped in extreme poverty. In this context, higher education is dedicated to the proposition that it can and must make decisive contributions to preserving, changing, and improving the environment. Environmental problems such as climate change, biodiversity, loss and water scarcity are not isolated issues, but complex adaptive systems with interacting components and feedback loops. Traditional economic silos often fail to address these challenges because a purely scientific approach might overlook social drivers, while a purely economic purposes may ignore ecological limits. Interdisciplinarity is therefore an epistemological necessity. It requires bringing together diverse intellectual researchers to be on a newly recognized aspect of education that has become a paramount importance for the survival of our world. The conceptual framework for this education can be visualized as a capital T, representing the planet Terra Earth, and the horizontal bar of the T represents the interdisciplinary of multidisciplinary elements, providing a broad overview of environmental problems. The vertical part represents deep disciplinary knowledge, which remains a necessary precondition for the emergence of true interdisciplinarity. Universities must nurture a deep, effective attachment to nature in their students, moving beyond the temple of reason model to foster reasoned and informed attitudes through both the natural sciences and the humanities. Three dimensions of environmental education to fulfill its role in the global emergency. Higher education must address three main dimensions of environmental study: the ecological dimension, defining the analyzing natural system and the relationship between man and nature; the socio-economic dimension, examining the level of development, technological setups, and the legal administrative frameworks within which measures are taken. The third one is the value system, social cultural dimension, understanding the values and attitudes that govern how society rationalizes the use of natural resources. Furthermore, an E or S6 and an R for responsibility must be added to create a trinity of core educational values. This involves teaching students to respect life, nature, and future generations, and to identify the lesser evil when faced with complex environmental predicament. The transition to this model faces significant obstacles. Many universities experience a sane mentality on the part of traditional disciplines that are determined to hold their own against encouragement. Furthermore, environmental sciences are often not viewed as a true discipline, making it difficult and at least enlist academic staff who fear sacrificing career advancement for activities seen as having dubious scholarly value. To remedy this, there is a pressing need for the deschooling of teachers and professors, requiring them personally to learn more about increasing body of facts regarding environmental problems, rather than relying on emotional phrases. Our duty as scientists and educators is to teach, not to teach. A national case study, Uzbekistan Innovative Growth Model, the Republic of Uzbekistan provides a contemporary example of how higher education can be integrated into a national response to the global emergency. Uzbekistan recognizes that its goal to increase GDP to over 240 billion by 2030 must be achieved through a technological and innovative growth model. This strategy prioritizes green energy and zero waste production to ensure a balance between economic growth and ecological stability. Okay, then uh, moving towards urgent multilateralism, the current decade demands urgent multilateralism, a commitment to international cooperation based on evidence and mutual accountability. Higher education institutions must lead this charge by becoming powerful agents for the internationalization of solutions to environmental problems. By integrating the 17 Sustainable Development Goals into every curriculum, universities can prepare a new generation of specialists capable of creating technological processes that save energy and raw materials. As noted in 2025 SDG assessment, the world must shift into overdrive. Only through the fusion of deep disciplinary expertise, the broad interdisciplinary perspective can higher education ensure that future generations inherit a planet that is not only habitable but prosperous. And the global community has reached a critical inflection point where environmental changes are no longer theoretical threats but a global development emergency. According to recent data, 2024 was officially the hottest year on the record, surprising the 1.5 Celsius degree. Therefore, and reflecting a world plagued by climate choice, biodiversity loss and resource depletion. In this content, higher education is dedicated to the proposition that it can and must make decisive contributions to preserving and improving the environment. However, traditional education often operates in silos, teaching subjects in isolation, which creating a among disciplines that limits the holistic understanding required for survival. Addressing these issues requires interdisciplinarity, which is defined as bringing together different academic fields to tackle multifaceted problems. Environmental problems are not isolated phenomena. They are complex adaptive systems characterized by numerous interacting components. feedback loops, and emergent properties. This system cannot be understood by examining individual part of isolation through a single disciplinary lens. For instance, the problem of plastic pollution involves material sciences, chemistry, oceanography, economics, and sociology. As it spans the demography of materials in marine currents and consumer behaviors that drive waste disposal. Similarly, deforestation is not merely an ecological issue of habits loss. And the line of disciplinary reductionism fragment the holistic in understanding, needing, and navigate the current environmental crisis. A purely technical or scientific approach may successfully measure greenhouse gas emissions, but often overlook the social and economic drivers of those emissions or the ethical considerations of climate justice. Furthermore, solely economic perspectives often prioritize growth at the expense of ecological limits, potentially exacerbating environmental problem in the long run if it's failed to consider social equity. In many universities, economists still teach discounting, a principle suggesting that events in the year uh, 2000 or beyond have no value today, which provides policymaker which excuses for inactivity. Higher education institutions often face institutional obstacles where traditional disciplines determinedly hold their own against encroachment. Staffing difficulties arise because environmental science are sometimes not viewed as a true discipline, leading academic staff to fear for their career advancement. If they engage in interdisciplinary research to overcome this, there is an urgent need the schooling of teachers and professors, encouraging them to move away from fragmentation caused by discipline oriented structures. Educators must integrate an increasing body of facts about environmental problem into their teaching rather than relying on emotional catchwords. Integration is an epistemological necessity because issues like climate change and biodiversity, laws and manifestations of interconnected social ecological system. The conceptual framework for this integration can be visuality as a capital T representing the planet Terra, Earth. And the bridge these gaps effectively, higher education must include three men. And overcome these obstacles require a shift towards integrated frameworks such as systems thinking and problem-based learning. These approaches require students to integrate knowledge from urban planning, climate science, and engineering to solve real-world challenges. National strategies such as those implemented in the Republic of Uzbekistan, case studies in regional initiatives. The Uzbekistan context of environmental sustainability and in the Uzbekistan all interdisciplinary education. To support this transformation, Uzbekistan is aggressively decarbonizing its industrial sector. Capacity expansion in the last 5 years, 6,000 MW of solar, wind, and hydropower plants have been commissioned. Energy mix, renewable energy now accounts for 30% of total generation. Resource efficiency, new projects worth $4.2 billion are underway, projected to save 7 billion cubic meters of natural gas and prevent 11 million tons of harmful emissions annually. Specialized institution training a new generation of managers Interdisciplinarity is an epistemological necessity for addressing the complexity of social ecological system. Uzbekistan institutional reforms mirrors the T-shaped education model, where deep discipline knowledge, the vertical bar integrated to a broad interdisciplinary perspective on environmental problems, and the key institutional innovators include green technical schools starting in 2026. Uzbekistan will establish specialized technical schools in every region to train 10,000 ecology manners annually. This institution utilizes dual education system, ensuring that students master both automated technological process and environmental stewardship. Central Asian Green University. This institution is being expanded to serve as a hub for a complex laboratory analyzing of air, water, and soil quality. It aims to cultivate interdisciplinary competences such as transdisciplinary thinking and collaborating skills to navigate environmental uncertainty. Global collaboration. Uzbekistan is becoming a platform for international dialogue, preparing to host the Global Environmental Facilities Assembly in Samarkand. This aligns with the urgent multilateralism required to meet the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Water and resource management as national security. Water scarcity affects more than 40% of people globally. And in Central Asia, it's a matter of both national and regional security. Uzbekistan has elevated water use efficiency to a top state priority, launching a 3-year strategic program worth 5.5 billion US dollars. The program's interdisciplinary objectives include technological integration, covering 2.6 million hectares with water saving technologies to save 2.5 billion cubic meters of water annually. Infrastructural modernization, lining 1,030 kilometers of major canals with concrete to prevent seepage. Ecological restoration to mitigate dust storms and land degradation. Uzbekistan is planting trees on 200,000 50,000 hectares, included 115,000 hectares on the dried bed on the Aral Sea. This initiative requires a system thinking approach, identifying feedback loops between agriculture, climate change, and social equity. By entertaining hydrological models with engineering and economic incentives, Uzbekistan seeks to protect its unique values and the well-being of future generations. And as the international community enters the final 5 years of the 2030 agenda, the world finds itself at a critical inflection point in human history. The year 2024 was recorded as the hottest year in nearly 2 centuries, and the world currently faces a global development emergency, where nearly half of the Sustainable Development Goal targets are moving too slowly. In this context, higher education is dedicated to the proposition that it can and must take decisive contributions and preserving and improving the environment. Interdisciplinary education in the modern era must move beyond simply knowing about environmental problems to achieving a profound understanding of their root causes and developing systemic solutions. Because environmental challenges like climate change and biodiversity loss are complex adaptive systems. They are characterized by numerous interacting components and feedback loops that cannot be understood in isolation. An interdisciplinary approach is therefore an epistemological necessity. It prevents a short side dinners of purely technical and economic perspectives that often ignore ecological limits and social equity. By integrating the natural sciences, social sciences, and humanities, higher education can foster holistic understanding of interconnectedness between social, ecological, and economic system. The primary mission of universities today is to prepare informed, responsible, and proactive citizens who are equipped to navigate a rapidly changing world. This involves acting on the rational, emotional, and volitional traits of the human personality to influence civil and professional responsibilities. As articulated by President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, society must not merely wait for changing but create them through intelligence and responsible labor. Consequently, higher education must provide workers for all fields of activity who are specially trained to include methods for protecting and improving the environment as an integral part of their normal professional activities. This requires nurturing a deep, effective attachment to nature while extracting relevant knowledge from the full range of academic discipline. To reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, the United Nations has called for the world to shift into overdrive. This moment demands urgent multilateralism, a renewed commitment to international cooperation based on evidence, equity, and mutual accountability. University must become powerful agents for the internationalism of solutions to environmental problems through integrated research and global partnership. In regions such as Uzbekistan, this transition is being realized through a technological and innovative growth model and prioritized green energy and zero waste production while aiming for significant economic expansion. Ultimately, by cultivating interdisciplinary competences, including transdisciplinary thinking, collaborate skills, and critical reflexivity. Higher education can ensure that current and future generations possess the adaptive capacity to build a sustainable and just future for all. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Uh, Mirkasimova. Dr. Mirka, it's okay if I called you Dr. Zilola? I think it's easier to
Yes.
call your by your first name. Do you mind?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you for very nice presentation from Dr. Zilola. And I would like to offer to the participants to, if you have a question, then you can raise your hand and turn on your camera and also turn on your microphone and ask a question for Dr. Zilola directly. Is there any question from the participants? Or you can also write down your question in the chat box, and then I will read the question for you. But actually, Dr. Zilola, it's a very interesting presentation. And in the presentation, you also mentioned about the strategic alignment by integrating the 17 SDGs in every curriculum. Then could you give us a best practice that have been done in your university or in Uzbekistan? Uzbekistan. I mean, whether in your university there's a specific courses that only specific courses that teach about the SDGs, or whether the SDGs is integrated in every courses in the in your university. It is clear enough?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes. Right now, yes, we are doing some. some workshops, and we have strategies to the students, and we are planning to do a green mm, I mean green field university. We are planning to enrich our curriculum with this strategy.
I see. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Silola, because I think it's very important to enrich the knowledge of our students about the SDGs so that we can have a sustainable future. That's it. Even in
Yes,
Uzbekistan and also in our country. Okay, so
yes,
then,
sure.
is there
Thank
any
you so much.
question? Yeah, thank you. Any other question from the participants? Okay, so there's a question from Dr. Pinar. Dr. Pinar, would you like to? No, okay, so I will read the question from Dr. Pinar. Dear Dr. Zilola, thank you for the great presentation. And he would like to know, how is the environmental education implemented in Uzbekistan schools? And the second question is, have the teachers received specific training related to the environmental education and the SDGs? And are there standardized government regulation for this? So maybe you can also read the question in the chat box, Dr. Zilola.
Chat box, yeah? Where is it?
Yes.
Which-
Yeah. And
which
the
one?
first question is
Okay,
about,
okay.
how is the question?
Okay, here. This one is yes.
The first one is about, how is
Yes,
the
yes.
environmental education implemented in Uzbekistan schools?
Mhm. Okay. Thank you so much for the question. Thank you very much. Just now I will answer today's question. Sorry.
Okay, Dr. Zilola.
Hello. First question, how is environmental education implemented in Uzbek schools?
Yes.
In general education schools, there is no, I think, independent ecology subject. Topics on the environment are including within biology or chemistry, geography, botany, and zoology. And similar subjects, students learn about nature protection, pollution, and natural resources through their classes, these classes. And nowadays we have eco schools projects, and hundreds of scholars participate in this international eco schools programs, where students take part in environmental activities, overseas events, waste management efforts, and sustainability projects. And schools run events like Eco Quiz to test and build students' environmental knowledge with fun activities.
I see. Okay,
Uh,
and thank you for the first answer. And what about the teacher? Whether they got a specific training for the SDGs or for the environmental education?
okay. Have teachers have specific environment education?
Mhm. 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 Mhm.
training. Yeah, you mean? I think nowadays most teachers in Uzbekistan do not have separate or specialized environmental training as mandatory qualifications. But many receive environmental training through additional programs, projects, and courses. And we hope, and future teachers, I think, yeah, that's all. Nowadays, teachers in our country receive environmental training through short courses and seminars and retraining programs, and of course, from international conferences.
Okay. Okay, that will be very nice if every teacher will get a knowledge and also training in environmental studies and also on SDGs, of course. And there's still another question from Hapsari Penny. What roadmap should university develop to align their long-term institutional strategies with the SDGs 2030 agenda? As we know that the goals of 17 SDGs, hopefully we can achieve by 2030. Then what kind of roadmap that should university develop to align their long-term institutional strategies?
Mhm. Okay. Now, what roadmap should university develop their long?
Dr. Silola?
Hello.
Hello.
To align this topic to this question and to align long-term university institution strategies with the UN Sustainable Development Goals
Mhm.
2030 agenda, universities should develop a clear phased strategic roadmap. A strong roadmap usually includes governments, teaching, research, operations, and I think partnerships. And adopt an official CDG commitment approved by the university's Senate Council, map institutional mission and values agenda, all 70s CDGs. Establishing CDG steering committee, leadership, faculty, students, and admin. Appoint and CDG sustainability officer or unit, and integrate CDGs into strategy plan or frameworks, and so on. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dilola. So I think it's a very interesting topics, and but because there's still another question from Lydia Sitohang. Dr. Lydia Sitohang is one of our academics, and the question is, I'm on point. Let me explain this like this. There's a point on deschooling the academy. So she wondering, could you elaborate more on the implementation of practices in Uzbekistan about the deschooling the academy?
Okay. Now, Thank you so much for the question, Kemal. First of all, thank you so much for the question.
So maybe you can tell us about the implementation. How the schooling the academy implemented in the in Uzbekistan?
Sorry, some technical problems we have.
Yeah, it's okay.
Here, okay. First of all, thank you so much for this question. And now, here are two academically polished versions. Okay, the conceptual framework of this educational approach can be visualized as a capital letter, as I mentioned before, T, symbolizing the planet Terra. And I mentioned it on my PPT. And this educational framework may be represented by, as I told you, by T, just capital letter T, and the horizontal dimension reflected in the interdisciplinary engagement, providing a comprehensive understanding of environmental issues, while the vertical dimension denotes deep disciplinary expertise required for meaningful in the disciplinarity. Higher education institutions should move beyond the temple of reason paradigm by nurturing students effective relationship between nature and promoting informed reflective attitudes through the integration of natural sciences and the humanities.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Mirkasinova. And I think there's still another question, but because of the time limitation, for other participants, maybe they can discuss and contact Dr. Mirkasimova by email, if you don't mind to.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank you so much.
thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are near the end of the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Mirkasimova, for a very insightful presentation and discussion. And on the behalf of the committee, allow me to present a token of appreciation for Dr. Mirkasimova. Then this is our token of appreciation for you. Thank you so much for giving a very insightful knowledge for us in this conference.
Thank you
And
so
we
much.
will also send this certificate through email later. And then this is the end of our session. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Mirkasimova. And I will give back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
the Directorate of Innovation, Ranking and Scientific Publications of Universitas Negeri Surabaya is committed to fostering innovation and achievement through collaborative teamwork and global vision. We are here as a driving force for academic and technological advancement to establish a foundation for an innovative campus that will contribute to the realization of a world-class university.
Direktorat Inovasi, Pemeringkatan dan Publikasi Ilmiah terdiri dari 4 subdirektorat. Yang pertama adalah Subdirektorat Pengembangan Inovasi, kedua Subdirektorat Hilirisasi Inovasi, yang ketiga Subdirektorat Publikasi Ilmiah, dan yang keempat Subdirektorat Pemeringkatan. Target utama yaitu menguatkan pengembangan inovasi dan hilirisasi inovasi di Indonesia, kemudian memperkuat publikasi ilmiah, dan tentunya memperoleh rekognisi baik secara nasional maupun internasional, yaitu dengan pemeringkatan yang semakin baik. Sampai saat ini banyak hasil-hasil pengembangan inovasi yang sudah dimanfaatkan oleh masyarakat, baik itu melalui luaran riset pengembangan inovasi maupun dari penelitian-penelitian yang lain termasuk ke DRK. Kemudian juga dari sisi publikasi sampai tahun 2024 capaian UNESA sudah di atas 600 dokumen, artinya tertinggi sepanjang UNESA berdiri. Mudah-mudahan ya nanti meningkat terus-menerus. Kemudian dari sisi pemeringkatan, UNESA yang awalnya belum dikenal, belum didengar atau istilahnya itu reporter, saat ini sudah masuk di database pemeringkatan internasional. Bahkan secara nasional UNESA juara 1 Liga IKU PTNBH. Kemudian secara internasional nama UNESA juga berkibar baik itu di Times Higher Education maupun di QS. Memang masih banyak PR, tapi kita masih tetap berupaya untuk meningkatkannya.
Capaian pada tahun 2022, kami di Subdir Inovasi Pendidikan dan PWI berhasil mengantarkan UNESA pecah telur memiliki PUI-PT yaitu di bidang olahraga SERC, Sport Exercise Research Center. Kemudian pada tahun 2024, alhamdulillah pada tahun ini ya berhasil mengantarkan lagi memiliki PUI-PT DIC, Disability Innovation Center. Kemudian capaian yang lain, setiap tahun kami menyelenggarakan pameran produk inovasi UNESA. Untuk yang tahun pertama direktorat, tetapi pada tahun kedua ini kami berusaha menggandeng 7 perguruan tinggi untuk terlibat dalam pameran produk inovasi UNESA, yaitu ITS, UNER, UPN, UINSA, UNUSA, PGRI Adibuana, dan Universitas Kristen Petra.
Kasih AI dan Teknologi mengawal penelitian pengembangan produk inovasi UNESA yang berbasis AI. Di antaranya adalah sistem cerdas UNESA, Rimola, dan Hatovit. Selain itu, kami juga telah melakukan pemecahan rekor muri
Welcome back to the main room. Thank you, Dr. Zilola, for the inspiring presentation, and also Dr. Lisa for moderating the session. And up next, we are privileged to have Professor Nicia Guillen Iparea from Tecnológico de Monterrey, Mexico, for our second keynote address. Moderated by Lydia Lestari Situang, PhD, let's welcome Professor Guillen Iparea.
Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second session at the International Conference on Sustainable Science and Future, Icssf 2026. My name is Lydia Sitohang, and I'm a lecturer at the Geography Education Department at the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences of State University of Surabaya. And I have the honor of moderating the second session where we are privileged to hear from an outstanding expert in the field of education innovation. Professor Iperia, are you here with us already?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me well?
Hello, greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are joining from various time zones across the globe. Here in Surabaya, it might be early in the morning, 5 minutes past 9. However, in Mexico, it may be later in the day. Professor Iparia, we truly appreciate your time. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also introduce you, who is our keynote speaker today. So, Professor Dr. Nisia Gine Iparia is a distinguished professor at the School of Engineering and Sciences at Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico. Professor Gine Iparia is renowned for her groundbreaking research on educational innovation through the use of technological tools, especially in fostering intercultural and global competencies. Her expertise in virtual platforms, augmented reality, and metaverse is truly cutting edge. Through these technologies, Professor Gin Iparia explores how we can enhance learning and collaborate across cultures in meaningful and transformative ways. Her research demonstrates how digital and immersive technologies can be harnessed to support intercultural collaboration, which is increasingly vital in today's interconnected world. Professor Iparia, how are you?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you. I hope you are doing also fine over there. And yeah, actually, here is Friday, January 23 at 8 and 9 p.m. So yeah.
Thank you
are
so much.
a few hours ahead.
Oh, thank you so much for making the time for us today. And Professor, for today's discussions, we have in total 40 minutes. We would have 30 minutes to learn from your presentation. Then after the presentation, we will spend another 10 minutes for the opening discussions. Professor, without further ado, because it's already late in the evening in Mexico, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this nice presentation and also for having me here. It's a pleasure. And okay, I will share my screen. Please let me know if you can see it correctly, please. So yeah, I will be starting. Okay, the topic that I'm bringing here to the table, as we say here in Mexico, is designing collaboration for the Sustainable Development Goals and how higher education can enable action beyond these borders. So, well, we already know the problems. We know that climate and environmental crisis, these extreme weathers and biodiversity loss can also threaten communities around the world. And this is an urgent, coordinated response that we need to be designing in order to truly handle these situations. Also, the renewable energy transitions, and of course, the Sustainable Development Goals and how the 17 goal empowers this collaboration and also foster this coordination to truly be able to work together in finding the best solutions for these challenges that we are having around the world. And also the action remains fragmented. We are doing truly great work bringing solutions that are very innovative and creative, but these are like can be duplicated or are isolate in different parts of world, and we need to bring this together in order to have a stronger solution to generate a positive impact. And the challenge that we have here is the collaboration gap. Okay, sustainability challenges are complex, as we already know. These issues are interconnected and involve different disciplines, for sure, different cultures and different countries. And we are bringing solutions apart from this, and we are not bringing them and working together. Also, these differences that can be across disciplines and cultures, how communities need to work, and how we can break these boundaries. Also, not only talking about languages, but about sensitivity and also responsibility. And for sure, our ways of working are still isolate. Academic structures, institutional incentive, and professional training are still like emphasizing this specialization over the integration or the collaborative work. And for sure, as this is the key point in my presentation, collaboration is still the missing link. The gap between knowing what needs to be done and actually doing it together is where the process is still broken and the opportunities are lost. And I'm sure that the 180 something participants that are here together and that care for these topics, sure, we all know very well the Sustainable Development Goals and how they are intended to be working across the world, but still have this system problem. Yeah, I mean, the knowledge and the expertise already exist. There are researchers, professors, scientists, practitioners, and communities with solutions that also are already proven in some contexts. But these need to be adapted and need to be used in different environments in order to improve these solutions for all. Sustainability requires a system design. That is the main problem here, and how we are all working for this Agenda 2030, but we are not actually working in an integrated system. We must intentionally architect and design how people, resources, ideas can be coordinated and can amplify the positive impact of our ideas, innovations, and also solutions that we are proposing. Failure happens at the connections, for sure. The breakdown occurs when knowledge can flow between different disciplines, sectors, cultures, in an effective way. And fragmented collaboration limits the impact that we can be having with our ideas. Isolate, as I already mentioned, isolate efforts, even when they are excellent and perfectly designed, fail to generate the systematic change that we wish for, because we are not connected, and this connection requires a sustainable transformation that can be happen not just once, but maintaining and also improving across different contexts and across also times and during the years. So that is the challenge and some insights that we have to be already working in our minds for designing a solution or some innovative ideas. But the opportunity, we have it in our hands, and is why higher education matters. I mean, higher education is the house for different disciplines. We have engineering, social science, humanities, natural science. Also, we can have a health science, technology, laboratories, and everything, to creating natural opportunities for cross collaboration with not only our students, but also our professors, our instructors, and our research community. And we have also inside universities, we have research, teaching, and innovation intersecting together. I mean, academic institutions blend knowledge creation, skill development, and practical application in ways that no other organizations can do. So we have the house to be not only designing solution, but also teaching other and future leaders how to be designing and how to be creating for a sustainable future. We have future professionals forming there. Today's students becomes the next entrepreneurs, policymakers, also the next leaders in our context, and it can be in our countries and around the world. And they can change the way this is working right now, our society, our communities, and they can be the change agents. We call our students like that here in our university, change agents who will be shaping the sustainability outcomes. And also collaboration mindsets can be designed inside university, but this can be just through intentional curriculum design and learning experiences. We can cultivate the collaborative capacities and competencies the world is urgently needing. And this, we can do all of this together inside universities. And as we always have some opportunities, we can find barriers to make this happening in the best way, in the best possible way. And so we have some disciplinary languages and assumptions. In my practicing, not only as a researcher, but as a professor, while teaching, not just inside engineering courses, but also in blended courses that we have different disciplines collaborating together. Each field develop its own vocabulary, methodologies, and on-state assumptions. Engineers approach problems differently than, for example, sociologists, people from arts, people from health science, creating these communications barriers even when people are speaking the same language. So this is one of the main barriers that we can find when the students are collaborating in a challenge specifically. Cultural and contextual differences, collaboration styles, decision-making norms, communication preferences also and power dynamic, this vary across cultures. And what may be feel natural in one context may be misunderstanding a different context, or maybe they can feel uncomfortable, or it can be considered an inappropriate behavior. Uneven participation in digital spaces. Technology access is like really powerful, but we can have these challenges as time zones, and this is the best example. I was literally the whole week thinking like I cannot miss the right time to my keynote because of the time, the time zone. You know, I'm really one day before you. You are one day ahead myself. So this can bring some difficulties when we can collaborate, or our students wants to collaborate with people in different parts of the world. Distance and coordination challenges, asynchronous work, also the absence of face-to-face. We are now more comfortable with digitalization in general, video conferencing as we are right now, but this absence of face-to-face trust in building make some coordination complex or even exhausting. So as the solution, we've been talking since the beginning of this presentation is that collaboration must be designed. Collaboration can happen spontaneously. It's not just teamwork. It's not just talking and bringing a student together. It requires intentional design. And how can we actually design collaboration experience that matters to be able to develop these competencies in our students? First, with these roles, clear definitions of who does what, how decisions get made, and how contributions are valued and recognized across this partnership, across this teamwork. Is important to establish trust inside the teams. Processes, structures, workflows for communication, conflict resolutions, knowledge sharing, and interactive feedbacks that keep the collaboration productive, but also inside a really positive environment. Tools that I will be giving you some examples of these, but tools, the appropriation of technological tools can help us to enable a equitable participation, to work inside shared documents. The coordination across distance and difference also can be now managed by not only different platforms, but also with artificial intelligence. So now we have, actually we have a really big book with different applications that can help us to bring this collaboration, or bring these tools to students for an effective collaboration. And finally, in talking personally, the most important and that we tend to miss in our classes or also in our research is reflection. We need to pause. We need to build in moments in which they can assess their own work, learn from the challenges that they have, not only as individuals, but also as a team. Those spaces in which they can talk about how they got to adapt to the collaboration styles, the understanding across the whole collaboration. Also, these short but significant spaces of talking about themselves, about their context, about whichever seems important for them to really build in this trust inside the teams. And then, yeah, for sure, in theory, everything works perfectly and sounds easy. But from theory to action, well, I brought some samples from my practice, and I want to mention some projects that not only myself, also with a team of professors from different disciplines, we designed this first. We designed the objective, the activities, and the main goal that we wanted to achieve with this implementation. As you may already know, here in this side of the world, in America, it is pretty popular to have these COIL experiences, collaborative online international learning activities, that mostly consist of bringing students together. For example, here in Mexico with another university in Colombia or Chile or Peru or United States, and they have to solve or to design a solution for a challenge related to a sustainable development goal. It can be one or two, like a project-based learning experience. And these are like real sustainability challenges that students identify in their context through hands-on projects. They work together to be presenting at the end of the course a solution for this challenge that they already described. This is one of the most popular and common strategies that we carry on here in this part of the world. But also we wanted to add something in which students can feel that they are actually in the same physical environment together. So this is where metaverse take place. Like they can have a space in which they are not only talking about a specific project and typing some documents, but they are also exploring the same physical space in a virtual world. So we designed this space specifically for this collaboration, and they could create their own avatar. They could have these different tools inside the metaverse, like emojis, like videos. We gave them the first sessions like a free contact, like completely by themselves, and they explore these tools. It was new for them how to navigate across the metaverse and talking to students. In this case, it was a collaboration between different cities here in Mexico, across Mexico, with Chile, with the students from Chile. And even though we both, or all of the students, speak Spanish, we use different words for many concepts and things. So At first, they enjoy talking about how things works here in Mexico and in the engineering discipline, and students from business disciplines also talk about how their university was. They also could share some spaces of their universities. So they enjoy this first session because they identify some areas in which they can be the same, and they felt more comfortable at the second session starting the project and starting to create the solutions for a specific challenge based or in Mexico or in Chile, and also to bring a solution for how to implement that project in a different country. So this experience tend to not only bring a solution for some sustainable development goal, but also for them to develop intercultural competencies that, in my experience, are the key for really carry out an effective international collaboration, because they were able to be sensitive and to identify those strong points, strong capacities in their teammates to really take advantage of those different talents and bring a better solution than if they will have worked just with Mexican students, for example, or Chilean students. So we assess this whole project trying to not just developing or improving collaboration skills, but also intercultural communication, sensitivity, intercultural sensitivity, and intercultural responsibility. So later we proposed like a really extended reality ecosystem for other professors to be able to adapt these activities and this project with their students or in their own disciplines. And so finally, the outcomes, what the learners really develop, I already gave some points about this, but beyond disciplinary knowledge, design collaboration experiences, they also cultivate essential capacity for addressing complex global challenges, and specifically to be working in sustainable development goal with actually a global mindset and not just a local mindset as they used to be doing in their classes. So they also, here I want to mention system thinkings. They got the ability to see relationships in these unintended consequences across complex challenges, and not focusing on isolated problems, but integrate these challenges and bring ideas together. Cross-cultural collaboration skills and also intercultural competencies to be able to effectively navigate cultural differences, building trust and also commitment and respect across these differences that cultural contexts bring to the table. And yeah, they enjoy this situation and this challenge, and also they stop seeing it as a problem or as an obstacle, but rather as an opportunity to learn from people from another context. Ethical and shared decision making, the capacity to include diverse voice choices in the development of this activity and make decisions considering not only short term consequences, but also long-term consequences and the impact in the Sustainable Development Goal. And responsibility for global impact, for sure, understanding that local actions have global implications in developing this ownership for contributing to solutions that transcend not only national territory, but also institutional and international boundaries. So, closing the presentation, designing collaboration is designing the future. And I want to mark that the Sustainable Development Goal 17 enables the rest of the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainability depends on how we work together. I'm sure that you already saw this in your context. And higher education must be designing collaboration with intention, creating and bringing the best scenario, the tools for students to develop this global mindset. And well, that'd be all for me. Thank you very much. And let's continue designing collaborations that have a global impact. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor, for your passionate and also for your insight regarding your expertise. I myself learned personally how the immersive learning, you try to integrate the technology and also the intercultural sensitivity. And it is very, very enlightening. You were also explaining us your best practices or the practices that are ongoing. Perhaps it is in your institution, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is now an ongoing project that involve different students' background. You were explaining how the project-based learning can be one of the way of nurturing collaborations, because then the students may also enhance their competencies, not only the implementations of the technology itself. In this case, you focus on highlighting the metaverse or the project that is used in the project-based learning. And it is very intriguing how then your education practices or the learning processes in the project-based learning, you actually involve international students. Yes, they're coming from Spanish-speaking countries, Chile, Peru, and then Colombia, and another country is United States. Thank you so much for sharing this. And I'm really interested in this topic. However, I am wondering, I would also like to offer to the audiences if there are any questions from the audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to ask some questions or perhaps comments to our keynote speakers. Feel free to send us some questions from the chat, or you may also raise your questions from the link Zoom that you have.
I think Nady, I don't know if I'm pronouncing correctly your name, but Nady, I have the raised hand. So if you want to open your microphone.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Professor Nisia. I'm interesting of your presentation, especially you mentioned that sustainability requires system design. So my question first is, what system design approach does your university use to support sustainability? And the second one, what challenge does your university face in implementing sustainability through system design? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nady is your name? How do you?
Yes, Nady.
Nady. Neri. Okay, thank you for your questions and also for being interested in my presentation. It's a pleasure. Actually, the first challenge I can respond backwards. Our university is pretty big. It's across Mexico. So the first challenge is that one, that we need to implement one system across Mexico that is bigger than it sounds. So that is the first challenge. We have a specific institution for the future of education, in which they are for everyone, but specifically some research groups are developing this and designing these systems for sustainability. For the rest, we have different projects tending to be impacting the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the projects is this global shared learning, that we bring together students from different countries to solve some challenges related to Sustainable Development Goals in order to bring solutions for sustainability on the table. But yeah, there is not one system for everything, but we are trying to integrate sustainability in different areas and in different cities across Mexico. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Prof. Nisia and Bu Lydia.
Thank you, Professor Medi.
Thank
you,
you.
Professor Gin Iparia. Is there any other questions from the participants who are watching us online, Zoom? While waiting, perhaps I can ask some questions, maybe a clarification, Professor, because I am lecturer in social geography, and it is very interesting how sociology loaded your presentation today, how you pay attention to the intercultural sensitivity. And I'm wondering, do you perhaps have any other collaborations with different countries that has no Spanish skills languages in the project-based learning? Thank you. And after this, we will have another questions from Mr. Ahmad Dava.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And the answer is yes. Actually, many of the collaborations are carry on in English, because it's the second language we use here in our university. But yeah, our students are prepared to carry out a collaboration in English, and also sometimes is a bit easier for them because they don't have these like cultural words that they use in Spanish, for example. In St. Mexico, from the south of Mexico and from the north of Mexico, we have different like specific words that we use for some concepts or things. So yeah, in English is like more clear collaboration, or more clear, like a clearer language for collaboration. But yeah.
Thank you very much for this. We have one last questions from Ms. Ahmad Dava. So Professor Nisia, thank you for the inspiring presentation. And I would like to ask the questions. Given that the sustainability challenges are inherently complex and cross-disciplinary, while academic and professional systems remain largely soiled, what concrete strategies do you consider most effective in bridging the collaboration gap between knowledge production and collective action?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. Yeah, it's a great question, and as I already mentioned, collaboration must be intentionally designed as a system. Like I propose roles, decision making, and also reflection mechanism. Make this collaboration to have like a very like communication during the process, but also as I passionately talk about the sensitivity, we need to develop this intercultural and interdisciplinary sensitivity in the students before bringing them together for a collaboration. So yeah, I will say that.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much, Professor.
Gracias.
Right.
That was nice. It sounds beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Only small words. And yes, we would love to discuss more. However, we have limited time. And as we come to the closing of the second session, I'd like to extend our sincerest gratitude to Professor Dr. Nisia Guinea Iparia. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and pioneering work with us here in Indonesia from Surabaya. Your insights have undoubtedly sparked new ideas and inspired us to think differently about the future educations. Your final words, nurturing collaboration is nurturing future. I think let's bring that spirit, and hopefully we will have a sustainable future ahead.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
As a token of appreciations on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to hand you the certificate of appreciations, and maybe applause from the audiences. Would be nice to have virtual effect as well. Thank you so much, and we hope to have a future collaboration with you between State University Surabaya and also your university. Thank you so much, and hope to see you again next time. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned with our next session. And Professor, we wish you a very nice weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Hope to see you soon. Bye.
Thank you to Professor Nisia Iparia for your thought-provoking insights. And now we are excited to welcome our third keynote speech, Ms. Ranitya Nurlita, the founder and managing director of Waste Hub Indonesia, who will share her groundbreaking work on waste management and sustainability. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Husni Mubarak, PhD. And please join me in welcoming Ms. Ranitya Nurlita to the stage.
Okay, good morning everyone. Good morning distinguished speaker. Good morning the respective panelists and all of the participants here. Thank you for coming to this conference. On behalf of the organization committee here, it's a great honor to welcome Ms. Ranitya Nurlita to this international conference. Thank you for joining us today and for being part of this important academic forum. For the first, let's welcome and greeting for Miss Ranitya Nurlita. Hello, Miss Ranitya. Are you here? Hello,
Yes,
good are you?
hello.
Good morning. Is it morning
Hi,
time
hi,
or
good morning.
afternoon?
Yes, it's 4 a.m. here.
Okay. How are you, Miss?
Yeah, I'm good, Alhamdulillah. How are you, Pak? Thank you
Alhamdulillah.
for organizing.
Alhamdulillah, everything going well here. Thank you for coming this conference. Okay, before we start our conference here, so I would like to introduce the speaker, the distinguished speaker today. Okay, Miss Ranitya Nurlita is the founder and managing director of the West Hub, an initiative focused on integrating waste management, informal waste sector empowerment, and circular economic development in Indonesia. She is graduated from IPB University. She has experience in the research and implementation of the program related to the plastic reduction and waste management and community sustainability. Ms. Renitia also served as an environment consultant for international organizations such as UNEP and UNESCAP. It's like the contributing to climate resilience program and sustainability smart city initiative varsity. Okay, thank you for coming to this conference, Ms. Renitia Nurlita. And to have our time, to save our time, so this is the time for you and discuss our integrating SDGs for sustainability future. The time is yours. Welcome, Ms. Renitia.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning for me, good morning for you. Okay, thank you, everyone. So I will share my experience and also thank you for the invitations of the events because this is really nice because we talk about SDGs, how this work, and I will share about in my organizations, especially when we work with the environment, when we work with the global things, and how we also can contribute about the SDGs target. Yes, let me share my screen. Give me a second. I saw some of the participant also online. Also, good morning. And yeah, even I'm Indonesian, but I'm not live in Indonesia right now because yeah, some of the things that I can live opportunity I have opportunity to live abroad. So this is my screen. You can see my screen right now.
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. So, my presentation will talk about the philosophy and the practice, how our organization West Hub can as a collaborative platform for SDGs and also implementations in the higher educations. And beside that, also I will share some of my experience at the ground because I work in the two sectors. The first one is work in the international organization as the consultants, and then the second one I work from my NGO for the grassroots level. So I'm trying to bring together the information from what's happening in the high level and implement it at the ground level in my organization. Yeah, so before we started, I will talk about the what's happening about waste management and we know that the global waste, especially there's also the problems in Indonesia because they call it darurat sampah or the emergency um, level of the waste problems this year. So mostly every landfill in my country is closed, and this is not only in Indonesia, but some of the problems that global waste is increasing, and the problems because low global recycling rates. Let's say I will give the example. Um Normally, the percentage of waste from 100% is 50% is organic waste, and then continuing with the recycling is only around 10 or less percent. So others is end up to the landfill. If we know how we can manage the waste, we can try to solve the global problems, but many major problems that we cannot solve right now because it is very complex, and because it's happening since many thousand years ago, based on the culture of the people. So we should to know about how we can give the effective solutions and integrations and um, collaborative improvement and approaches is very important for my side. I will share to you how we work, especially with that. Let me continue my presentations. Yes. So my presentation will mostly about social, ecological, and scientific perspective about from waste management, and we work closely with the environment, how impact for the land, water, biodiversity, and then how we try to change the society into behavior and use the local culture, and then we should to know about the government also, how the policy works and how the institution works, and then the last is how the circular economy work to trying to reduce, reuse, and recycle. And now is many 3R, 4R, 6R, 9R. So when we talk about waste management operates with the social ecological system, so the social ecological approach is really important when we want to solve it. So we not talk about thought technology only, we not only talk about regulation only, we not talk about the people only, but we should do the 360 degrees what's happening at the ground. This I will try to explain how our organization works. So if the people don't know yet about Waste Hub, Waste Hub is a NGO that we started 2019. So we're trying to promote the sustainable practices, especially circular economy in the urban and tourism environments. So our main pillars, we have four: educations, community, economy, and advocacy. So the three program that we have waste management event service. So we handled waste management events in Jakarta and Bali. And then we have oceanability. Oceanability is we trying to solve about the waste management and circular economy in the coastal area. And then green job networks. So we help the people who want to get access for work with the network. And the network, we have three main trainings. The first training, the targeted is for youth, and the second training, the targeted for women's NGOs, and then the third training is the focus for green micro SMEs, micro social enterprises. And West Hub, when we talk about the SDGs, we focus in the four SDGs, and we every project we also have additional SDGs. So I will share you one of the projects that we have. So the first is Sustainable Development Goals number 12. It's about responsible consumption and productions because in that's SDGs if you understand about the indicator or target. So mostly they talk about the recycling, how to reduce waste, how to responsible as a consumptions, how we can also um, the producent have EPR, standard producent responsibility, etc. And then the other SDGs is about 13 climate actions because that's mostly what we did is about the climate and how to contribute and how to not make the worst about the climate condition right now. And then the 14 is life below water that I mentioned before, the oceanability programs. We focus to help especially the islands. In Indonesia, we have 17,000 islands, and the problem, one of that is the waste management. And then the 15, life on land, where we talk about life on land, because mostly what we did for waste management also in the mountains problems for waste management, and then even in the urban area. So this why we choose four major um, SDGs. And this so far the impact in Indonesia. So since 2019, we run around 85 projects, and then the total of the waste that we collect and not go to the landfill is around 300 tons. And then the participants, including our beneficiaries and then others beneficiaries indirect, is around 336,000. Um, we also open for the internship is around 23 times internship with the hundreds interns. And then the green job member platform, right now the members is 2,800. And then this our graphic area for the operations and also the portfolio. In Belitung we have two portfolios, so we help two villages to make a waste management strategy. And then in Bogor we have Rumah Kompos. Rumah Kompos is compost house, composting communal house near the Ciliwung River. And also in Jakarta we many have waste managements, like let's say for the next February we have two events in Jakarta International Centers. And then in Karawang we have we did planting in the Mount Sangga Buana. And then in East Java, in Jawa Timur, in Lumajang, so we have projects there in the Ranupani village. And in Bali, we have three villages that we help for waste management in Besaki, in Karangasem, and then Nagari in Klungkung, and Benua in Badung Regency. So after this, I will dip into Besaki village as one of the strategy, and that's one also we create the models to help the villagers. And then others stories is we also focus for the approach with the religions. So let's say we'll give you a sample when we did waste management educations at the church, and then in the Islam we have interventions for pesantren or Islamic school. So there's and then I will tell more about case study in our contact in Besaki village. So I will give you example the current conditions there. So why we choose the Besaki village. Besaki village is one of the main religious and tourist destinations in Bali, and main religions there is Hindu. And then there is 70 annual ceremonies, or we call it Odalan, or celebrations in the various temple. And the approach is Trihita Karana, and I believe if you're Balinese, you understand what's that. So Trihita Karana is the Parahyangan. The Parahyangan is the harmonious relationship between human and God. And then Pawongan is harmonious relationship among fellows and human. And then Palamahan is harmonious relationship between a human and nature. So that philosophy is serve as a guide for the Balinese Hindu community, and also basic for every activity when they do social, when they do environmental activity, especially when we talk about environmental activity is about waste management involved. So that's when we do the approaches. That condition before in that village is they have 2,200 register household, and only 10% do waste contribution fee, so around 200s. And then the waste that unmanaged around 7 tons daily, both also plus the others from the temple and also for the other ceremony. So the approaches we use the PER, plan, act, observe, and reflect. So we trying to engage with others, multi actors, participatory, and our objective is develop sustainable waste management model for Besaki integrated with Trihita Karana, and then CE, and then PAR. So we want to address the governments. We try to address the participations of the people. We create economic value, and we try to preserve cultural ecologic balance. So this because we know the challenge is that foundations, but still less of waste management. Let me continue. So this how the model work with that approaches. So when we use the model Parahyangan, harmonious relationship with God, so we try with the collective awareness for waste management, and then sampling of the ceremonial waste, waste sampling, and then the awareness, the maintaining the cleanliness of the temple. So this the Parahyangan side, the how involvement with the God. So we should understand and we should educate the people, the religious leaders about that, and also the people who do praying there or do the offering there, and so relation with the God. And then Pawongan is harmonious relationship between people. So our model is integrational equity. So we do the community gathering, like let's say waste bank or bank sampah, and then sangkop is like gathering in the small community, and then forums, and we also did a school education activity, and then we also try to inclusive engagement with the multiple stakeholders for waste management, and then we're trying to also enforcement of the customary religions. So like Pacalang is like security, and then we also trying to ask them to give incentive and disincentive sim. That's the Pawongan level. So involvement between people with the community empowerment. And then Palomahan, so harmonious relationship with environment. So that's with that. So we're trying to optimizing of TPS3R. TPS3R is like recycling centers with the increased processing capacity, and then with the machine maintenance, and also the expansion of the service in the remote area. And then we're trying to make sure that zero waste to landfill. So the program is focused for reductions, so no waste to go to the landfill. And then other approach is circular economy. So the organic waste we make into compost for the local agriculture, and then for residual waste we make into RDF. RDF is alternative energy sources. And then plastic residue or residual plastic is for roster. Roster is that's the SDGs is different with the whole waste of SDGs. We add some and we also reduce some. So like for this projects, like that's why I'm talking to you that every project we have our own SDGs. For this, the Sukla projects, we have 5 SDGs. The SDGs one, no poverty, because we also involved with the local rural community there and the people there. And then SDGs 8, design work, because we create works to our employee. And then SDGs 9, industry innovations from the roster and also RDF. And then SDGs 12, responsible consumption and productions. That's same with the previously. And then SDGs 13 is about climate actions. So we're trying to bringing the cultural values that exist and how to integrate that Trita Karana to circular economy flow and green economy roadmap. um Actually it's I believe in every religions they have some of this value. Like as a Muslim, we have hablum minallah, hablum minannas, and hablum minal alam. And I believe in other religions they also have that. So this example, when we do approaches, when we, because in this area is mostly they are Hindu, and the biggest temple in Bali, and every year, every time people go there to do the ceremony and they do offering. So this some of the activity that we have. And this that I mentioned before, uh, the how the SDGs is important in our approach, because yeah, poverty. We're trying to know how to put additional income streams and reducing economic vulnerability. And the SDGs number 9, we focus for the specific innovations combining traditional governments and the circular economy with that I mentioned, RDF, and also roster or recycled green products. And then SDGs 13, because we're trying to reduce the open burning for the landfill. And then decent work that I mentioned, focus for the three Kita Karana values for job creations and responsible consumption and productions. And the impact after 1 year interventions. So from that 2,200 household, we educate door to door. So we knock their doors, their home, to waste operations to around 212, even not 100%, it's almost 100%. And also we did 5 community meetings or sankop, and then we did 5 waste banks established. And then the rosters for the building material is around 5,300. And then the green job created is 18, and waste process is 1 ton for waste bank only, and the properly managed, not go to the landfill, is around 16 tons. And others case that I will share is Ranupani. Ranupani is waste management problems in the Icssf, and this that's problems. That's one because Ranupani is also tourism area and under Mount Semeru. And yeah, the waste is not much like Besaki, but is the problem is same, like of public educations, and there's many overlapping government level, uh, like from the Ministry of Forestry, and then Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of environment. So they have many overlapping programs and problems also, and also overlapping scope of work. So we're trying to do the how this work from the many overlapping scope of work. And then we did surveys, we did also with sampling. And after that we should also understand how to make the level increase. So we start with the educations right now, the our first phase, and then for the next, because now is still the phase one, and then for the phase two, we focus more about the operation and etc. So when we talk about waste management, if maybe you are focused for the environment and maybe you feel like so bad in your country or in your city, it's take a long time because we should understand how the government works, how the people work, how the student works, how the others people economic works. And then this the waste management in Ranupani after our assistance. So after many have great discussions with many stakeholders, so right now we focus for waste tourism because other waste from the people, they are for the department of the environments. And right now we work closely with the tourisms because that's also the we want to make the tourism was more clean, especially for waste. And then the tourists also aware because the tourist also contributes of the waste. And then others, I will give you some of the others portfolio. The name is Movers Academy. This like youth programs from Green Jobs, and because we want to increasing youth educations and youth awareness for the climate. So that's our portfolio 2014, and we work across Indonesia with training climate actions, etc., with hundreds youth. And then after all the presentations, I will talk how the applications, and I believe participant here is mostly also researcher. So for our portfolio for our works for at the Waste Hub, the role of higher educations, especially here is university research, data, innovation, facilitations, or living lab is really important. And then the participation of the community because they should, I mean, the university should deliver the knowledge is also it's very important, and the university also should deliver their expertise to the policy practices like government regulations and the SDGs alignments. Because if the university not um, share their expertise, this will make make worse, because knowledge is really important when not only waste management but for everything. So the higher education is play critical roles, especially advancing sustainable development by generating knowledge, by facilitation innovations, and then by supporting evidence-based policy. And in our case, higher education actors focusly for facilitators, and then beside that also for resampling and data integrations, policy alignment, and them is focusly for do the practice on the ground, because they give us also like internship programs that I mentioned, like this one, Campus Merdeka. That's time 2025. Yeah, they have Merdeka Belajar, so they give us interns for waste management. And then this I will make more details about role of higher educations. This framework by 2018. I took from the journal, one of the journal. So the incorporate when we talk about the SDGs, the role of the higher educations that I mentioned is knowledge, skills, and innovation research, and this will be super helpful for implement and contribute for the SDGs by incorporation of the SDGs. And then in the conclusions, how the implications and the next step. Sustainable waste management is need collaborative approaches. So from the environmental science, and then from the local knowledge from the people and maybe the culture, and then the participatory government. There's three main importance for uh, how to make waste management works, especially to translate about sustainable development goals. And we trying also to make more details from the target and indicator of SDGs. And for our organization with Hub, we trying to demonstrate how higher educations also enable platform and can bridge the research and community engagements and circular economy practices to achieve scalable contact. For the implications, so we know that sustainable waste management is need collaborations, and then community-based culture need be grounded and approaches, and higher educations institutions also play critical roles. Platform as us is one of the example, and I believe in many areas you also have a local organization that work in this waste management or other environmental actions. And then yeah, collaborations for the long term. So by suggestions based on our organization and based on our my experience, multi-stakeholders including involving universities, community, governments, private sector is super important. So we call it pentahelix approaches. And then expand living laboratories, especially when we involve the students there. And then yeah, conduct longitudinal studies for the long term and environmental social impact, and also develop standardized indicators, and also replicate these models, especially start with the how involvement with God, how involvement with people, and how involvement with nature, with diverse social culture and regional context. Yes, this so far for me. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you can get some insight for the presentations, and happy for the next collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Miss Ranitya. It's quite, it's great of discussion we have. I have a lot of idea to discuss with you later. Maybe for the first, ladies and gentlemen, so we have like a privilege to have a distinguished speaker here who share with us about the insight, experience, and research about sustainability, how to solve the problem with the waste. Okay, this time we have Q&A. I mean, discussion with the participant. Maybe is there any participant who want to ask? Okay, for the first, before I have question. Okay, for the first one is from Miss Lily Sari. Okay, I would like to read this one for the question. Hello, Mbak Ranitya. Okay, I'm Lily from Visipol UNESA. By the way, we graduated from the same Alia. Okay, academic fellowship program. But from different bits too. Okay, so it's really nice to see you here. Thank you so much for the sharing all of the outstanding activity you have here for the West Hub and have done this part this past year. So this are so inspiring. So regarding your statement that waste management need a collaborative strategy to ensure its success, I was wondering, does West Hub do some macro intervention to the government, such as like the policy advocacy, either regarding social protection for the informal waste worker, or any policy to reduce the waste production? So it's like the to sustain impact and contribute to long-term systemic change. This is the question from Miss Lily Sari. Okay, Miss Ranitya, time is here for answer the question.
Thank you, Miss Lily. It's great that we are Same with Wisely Academic Fellowship. I hope we can meet in person someday. Yeah, because right now I'm 6 months in Tunisia, so I live in Tunisia, North Africa. So we have 6 hours differences. And then I'm also in Indonesia, 6 months next. Maybe I will visit around next April because we also still have one projects in happening there. So before I explain more about how the macro intervention or intervention with the ministry, right? uh, how the protections for the informal waste workers or any policy to reduce the waste productions. So the first one, the first that we should do for the social protection for the informal waste workers and even in our workers when they do waste management in the our TBS3R. So we have manual. So manual is like um, we call it how to say SOP, SOP, operation procedures. So this should be must. But in the ground, when we talk about the social protections, including especially for informal workers, my experience outside with help, this is super challenging. Why super challenging? So that's time when I talk many with the informal workers like waste pickers and then the people who work in the landfill. They're not used to. Let's say one of the projects is we give the gloves, we give the boot, the for the feet to protect, and then we give the mask, and then we give the for the ears to protect. But they said we not used to. So this also the problem. Even when we talk that is about SOP or manual, the others problems is how we tell them that this should be like this because for the social protections. And then others takes when we do the some macro interventions, I will give you some example with the ministry, the ministry of the tourism, um because waste is also one of the problems on the tourism, right? So we are here because we are NGO, so we are focused for the ground level. So we tell them is what happening at the ground, and you as ministries, you also should focus about what happening on the ground. So not only make a program or something, because we work with them. Let's say the program name is Gerakan Wisata Bersih. Gerakan Wisata Bersih is movement for cleanliness tourism. So we do many involvement, but we do our interventions and we give also suggestions that this work well, this not work well. And yeah, they do the evaluations. Then other things like we that's time we organize the event from Ministry of Industrial Things. The name is Icssf last year. So we did waste management event with them in Jakarta. And during the evaluation we talk also with them that when we talk about waste management, it's not about the technology that you are trying to give to people, but we should focus for reduction. So during the event, we also make the, let's say, SOP or manual that we try to educate the people there. And then beside that also from the manual, we over to them not bring the other new plastics. And then yeah, even it's really hard to tell them, especially the major governments. But we should also tell them what's happening at the ground, so they can one of the reflections that if they do like this, they regulation never works. And this happened and this still challenge. Let's say I just remember last year, early 2025, when the Ministry of the Environment they are talk about the incinerator. For my side, because I'm not into incinerator, because technology is nothing when the people mindset is not changed. Let's say they have incinerator, but right now it's getting worse because the air pollutions and then the other pollution from that machine. And then when they have regulation about PLTSA is a waste technology, waste main waste to the energy. Though when we talk with our government village or desa, pemerintah desa, so I tell them also, don't buy that incinerator. You should research. You should do how the air pollutions impact, and then don't just follow the governments, major governments, because the major or the major governments, they do need more assessments. So the macro intervention means that we cannot follow everything. We should do more. For my side is micro interventions. The micro intervention is starts with the local organization, local governments, because it's more easy, as it's more impact, especially with the local approaches. And then for macro, yeah, macro is like only regulations, but when we deep into to see the impact, is for me is need more works. Yes. uh this my suggestions. Yeah. I have one minute presentation if I still have time. So that's I mean 2 minutes videos. I can share how the VR works and how the social protection and involving every one of the projects. So it still have time for two
Yes.
minutes. Oh,
Yes, we
okay.
have time for sharing this one.
Oh, let me share screen again.
Okay.
Second. So yeah, actually you can check at our YouTube, but I can share this one. Let, let me, okay. So this video of a project, and then I will share you how the involve of that.
Bali is home to one of Indonesia's largest and most majestic temples, namely Pura Besaki, which serves both as a pilgrimage site and a tourist attraction. Based on the observations of the Sukla project, the village of Besaki produces 7.5 tons of waste per day from its domestic waste and traditional temple ceremonies. Only 6.78% of the total waste is properly managed.
So yes, this one of the SOP that we have. So that you saw, we use our hat and minimum. This our SOP hat, and then the gloves, and then this also safety equipment for their clothes.
As a result, the Sukla project was created.
Yeah, and then because they also even the gloves is we trying to make is not only gloves to cover, but it's for the safety. And there we also put the big posters. It's around 1 meter, not 1 meter, around 5 meter long. So talk about this our standard operation procedure
to create a sustainable waste management system in Besaki village.
And they should also use the mask, yeah, especially for people not used for the smell of the waste.
This pilot project is hoped to be replicated in all TPS 3R in Indonesian tourist destinations. The Sukla project.
What we did for door to door. So we went to the groceries, we went to the house to educate them about the three type of waste. The first is organic waste that they can manage into compost or in their house. And then the yellow one is focused for recycling waste. So that's recycling we took for our waste bank. And then the red one is residual waste and also rosters.
Project, which is run by Bali Waste Cycle, Rebricks, and Westa combines conventional and unconventional waste management methods in order to provide economic value for local residents and contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
And this
The
the
Sukla
roasters
project
from low value plastic or sachet that make into one of the building material.
is being conducted to reduce the risk of fires at TPA, prevent flooding caused by trash blockages, and prevent waste from leaking into the sea. Sukla project has several impact targets, including social impact, improve community awareness and knowledge regarding waste management in the Basaki village area and among temple pilgrims, encourage households to levy waste in an optimal manner, environmental impact. In terms of waste management efforts, these pilot projects aim to reduce the amount of waste generated in the Basaki village area by 90%. We invite you to come with Mahayudi, Loka Bali.
Yes, this is one of the video that I can share that yeah, policy advocacy networks and also the social protections it should be, and then sustainable impact, long-term systemic. Until now, that's projects from our 3 interventions. The first intervention is about a waste bank, and then about RDF and green product, and now the SN because there's more locally, and they used to that for the waste bank. But for others approach that I mentioned, we cannot use technology if the people the mindset not change. So make sure the behaviors change, and then we can try to share the innovative technology. So this our lesson learned when we do these projects. I hope that this can be answer ya Mbak Lily.
Okay, thank you so much for the answering and sharing the Sukla project for Miss Ranitya. Okay, the next one is we have the second question from Mustafirin. I would like to through the question. So the question is here, like in the context of the global waste management that you described before. So how do you see the role of the universities not only as educational institution but also as active agent of change in the supporting social, economic, and culture integration to achieve the SDGs?
Okay,
So
thank
this is the
you.
question.
Thank you, Bapak ya, Mr.
Yeah, Mr.
Mustafirin.
Mustafirin.
Yes. So that's let me share to you again about how the governments and also how the roles or the educations involving university and also support the government purpose of waste management. So I will give you a back of my presentation of this. So for me, so university actually can the to about my presentation again. Give me a second. This not this one. Okay. So this that I mentioned. So the role of university is the first one is just really foundations. It's talk about the research and data. I will give you a sample. Then we did a waste auditing. So we involving university by waste sampling. So this our method we use SNI. SNI is like national standard of waste management sampling, and we use the update one 2025. So yeah, this we use and we collaborate with the university about the how the methods and etc. So let's say I will give you the example with the uh, environmental engineering. So they start with the prepare necessary tools and then determination of the sample size by with the household waste category and then similar to household waste category, and then determination of the sampling locations, and then sampling period start can be 3 until 7 days, 3 until 8 days, and then the sampling collected and also try to categorize the type of the waste, and then also data recording by data and then responding. So we make the survey also to see the character of the people, and then we did also data analysis to know about the daily waste generation and also compositions and how we see behavior of the people. So for my side, the first one that university can contribute is use the data research to give policy recommendations, because this is really important. That's this also we involve for the Belitung projects. So we do the research, we use the data collections for the waste sampling to understand about the characteristic of the people. Then we know that I will give you one of the project that I mentioned, Belitung. So because we know the characteristic as mostly people there is burn the waste, and then we know the other characteristic of the local government that they already aware but they don't know how to. So our interventions that time is give recommendations to start with the organic waste first, while parallel with the make regulation local regulations that the people uh, to more contribute and more uh, responsibility with waste. And then other approach is because there we have also existing others partners, the other university also work into that. So the first one, we can use the research data and also the experience and the methodology, and then the innovations. And others one is the facilitation and the living lab. So the facilitation, let's say this time the BRIN is a research, national research of the government that's mostly also work closely with the university. So they help us for the best methodology for that SUKA projects. And then other living lab, because we involve the students for magang or internship. So this also is really important, because the students, they can be active agents, especially to support not only waste management and global waste management, and also they understand and how the social treatment there, and how to help them with the improve the economic, especially when I talk about the economic, sell the waste, the value of the waste until the cultural integrations. So I highlight this one, the research data innovation facilitation and living lab. Yes. So I hope this my answer can answer your questions, Pak Mustafirin.
Mustafirin. Okay, I hope so. Thank you so much for Miss Ranitia for your sharing and discussion with our participant. Actually, I have a question, but because of the limited time, so maybe in the future we have discussion and collaboration for the research. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we have now come to the end of this session. So I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Ranitia, Miss Ranitia, who share for the insightful thought and provocative for presentation. And the other one, so I would like to thanks for the participant who active with this presentation, and we hope so for the next future we can collaborate between West Hub and our institution. Okay, before we end our presentation, I mean for this session, we would like to invite for appreciation for the certificate. Okay, give applause for Miss Ranitia. Okay, thank you so much for Miss Ranitia for sharing your insightful presentation and experience with the West Hub. Thank you so much for the participant. Hopefully we have a wonderful day and good luck for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Husni. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
the Directorate of Innovation, Ranking and Scientific Publications of Universitas Negeri Surabaya is committed to fostering innovation and achievement through collaborative teamwork and global vision. We are here as a driving force for academic and technological advancement to establish a foundation for an innovative campus that will contribute to the realization of a world-class university.
Direktorat Inovasi, Pemeringkatan dan Publikasi Ilmiah terdiri dari 4 subdirektorat. Yang pertama adalah Subdirektorat Pengembangan Inovasi, kedua Subdirektorat Hilirisasi Inovasi, yang ketiga Subdirektorat Publikasi Ilmiah, dan yang keempat Subdirektorat Pemeringkatan. Target utama yaitu menguatkan pengembangan inovasi dan hilirisasi inovasi di Indonesia, kemudian memperkuat publikasi ilmiah, dan tentunya memperoleh rekognisi baik secara nasional maupun internasional, yaitu dengan pemeringkatan yang semakin baik. Sampai saat ini banyak hasil-hasil pengembangan inovasi yang sudah dimanfaatkan oleh masyarakat, baik itu melalui luaran riset pengembangan inovasi maupun dari penelitian-penelitian yang lain termasuk kedereka. Kemudian juga dari sisi publikasi sampai tahun 2024 capaian UNESA sudah di atas 600 dokumen, artinya tertinggi sepanjang UNESA berdiri. Mudah-mudahan ya nanti meningkat terus-menerus. Kemudian dari sisi pemeringkatan, UNESA yang awalnya belum dikenal, belum didengar atau istilahnya itu reporter, saat ini sudah masuk di database pemeringkatan internasional. Bahkan secara nasional UNESA juara 1 Liga IKU PTNBH. Kemudian secara internasional nama UNESA juga berkibar baik itu di Times Higher Education maupun di QS. Memang masih banyak PR, tapi kita masih tetap berupaya untuk meningkatkannya.
Capaian pada tahun 2022, kami di Subdir Inovasi Pendidikan dan PWI berhasil mengantarkan UNESA pecah telur memiliki PUI-PT yaitu di bidang olahraga SERC, Sport Exercise Research Center. Kemudian pada tahun 2024, alhamdulillah pada tahun ini ya berhasil mengantarkan lagi memiliki PUI-PT DIC, Disability Innovation Center. Kemudian capaian yang lain, setiap tahun kami menyelenggarakan pameran produk inovasi UNESA. Untuk yang tahun pertama direktorat, tetapi pada tahun kedua ini kami berusaha menggandeng 7 perguruan tinggi untuk terlibat dalam pameran produk inovasi UNESA, yaitu ITS, UNER, UPN, UINSA, UNUSA, PGRI Adibuana, dan Universitas Kristen Petra.
Icssf AI dan Teknologi mengawal penelitian pengembangan produk inovasi UNESA yang berbasis AI. Di antaranya adalah sistem cerdas UNESA, Rimola, dan Hatofit. Selain itu, kami juga telah melakukan pemecahan rekor muri poster AI di bidang seni, olahraga, dan disabilitas. Kedepannya, kami ingin menerapkan AI di sistem pendidikan di UNESA yang langsung digunakan oleh mahasiswa dan dosen Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
Program hilirisasi produk inovasi adalah satu program yang menyiapkan hasil riset mahasiswa maupun dosen untuk disiapkan menjadi produk fit atau produk yang bisa diterima pasar atau produk yang bisa digunakan oleh user. Tahapan dari produk ini pertama memastikan secara fungsi, memastikan secara fitur, memastikan secara endurance bahwa produk tersebut layak bisa digunakan. Kemudian dilakukan uji fungsional, uji standar user. Kami juga menyiapkan bagaimana hasil riset tersebut bisa didanai oleh riset-riset atau pendana dari luar. Salah satunya PDP atau MF Diktiristek. Pada tahun ini UNESA telah berhasil mendapatkan produk hilirisasi menggunakan PDP sekitar 16 judul, dan ini pencapaian yang alhamdulillah bagus. Di Jawa Timur dari beberapa perguruan tinggi mendapatkan pencapaian yang tertinggi. Untuk targetnya tahun 2025 kita berharap bisa mencapai 2 kali lipat, artinya tahun ini kita bisa dapat 16 judul, tahun berikutnya paling enggak kita dapat sekitar 25 sampai 30 judul. Kami berharap di program hilirisasi bisa memberikan kontribusi secara internal di UNESA, di masyarakat maupun di Indonesia yang akan datang.
Kami berfokus pada peran penting dalam mengelola dan mengarahkan proses hilirisasi produk-produk inovatif hasil dari penelitian di UNESA, khususnya penelitian dengan tingkat kesiapan teknologi atau TKT 7-9. Tugas utama kami adalah memastikan bahwa produk inovasi UNESA dapat terhubung dengan industri dan masyarakat. Beberapa program kerja kami adalah pendampingan hilirisasi. Kami berharap dengan pendampingan ini, produk inovasi UNESA dapat memenuhi standar dan persyaratan untuk memasuki pasar nasional. Selain itu, kami juga membangun ekosistem hilirisasi di UNESA dengan program kerja pendampingan penelitian dengan tingkat kesiapan teknologi tinggi yaitu 7-9 agar dapat mengikuti program-program hibah dari pemerintah. Selain itu kami juga melakukan pembinaan kepada tenan startup dan UMKM binaan yang tergabung dalam Pusat Inkubasi Bisnis dan Teknologi UNESA. Di sini kami melakukan pendampingan bisnis agar tenan dapat lebih matang dan berdaya saing dapat memasuki pasar nasional maupun internasional. Tenan startup ini juga kami ikutkan dalam kompetisi skala nasional, antara lain kompetisi Pertamuda Seed and Scale serta kompetisi Business Ignition yang diadakan Pertamina dan Kemenperin. Prestasi ini diapresiasi oleh pemerintah, salah satunya dengan menggait UMKM binaan kami di Sepande sebagai mitra pemerintah dalam program makan siang gratis.
Di sini ada 2 aktivitas, yaitu yang keikutsertaan UNESA dalam pemeringkatan dalam negeri dan juga pemeringkatan luar negeri. Adapun tugas dari Subdit ini yaitu mengikuti seluruh kegiatan penyelenggaraan pemeringkatan baik yang luar negeri, DHE maupun GS serta UI Green Metric, dan juga kita mengikuti pemeringkatan dalam negeri. Di antaranya ada Jawa Metrik, kemudian pemeringkatan Weibo, dan juga kegiatan pemeringkatan lainnya yang diselenggarakan oleh kementerian terkait.
Di pemeringkatan luar negeri, kami melakukan berbagai aktivitas yang menunjang rencana dari UNESA untuk menuju ke World Class University. Berbagai aktivitas yang sudah kami lakukan, antara lain kami mengikuti sejumlah pemeringkatan internasional yang diselenggarakan baik oleh THE maupun QS, dan juga mengikuti berbagai aktivitas seperti exhibition atau pameran pendidikan yang juga diselenggarakan oleh berbagai pihak penyelenggara pemeringkatan tadi. Di tim pemeringkatan luar negeri, kami memiliki tim World Class University di mana aktivitasnya antara lain mulai dari mempelajari metodologi dari setiap pemeringkatan yang ada, kemudian kami collecting data, kemudian analisis dan juga mengolah data, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan submission, dan juga jika nanti ada konfirmasi data yang diperlukan pihak penyelenggara, kami juga akan melakukan konfirmasi dan juga revisi. Sampai dengan saat ini kami sudah berhasil untuk memasuki atau mendapatkan ranking pada QS AUR, Asian University Ranking, dan juga di THE, baik untuk Impact Ranking, kemudian juga untuk Asian University Ranking, dan juga World University Ranking.
Di pemeringkatan dalam negeri, kami memastikan reputasi UNESA terus meningkat di ranking nasional. Nah, beberapa kegiatan yang sudah kita lakukan seperti ikut serta dalam pemeringkatan Jawa Metrik yang dilakukan tahun kemarin, dan Universitas Negeri Surabaya sudah berhasil di posisi kedua. Untuk target tahun depan, karena Jawa Metrik itu dilakukan 2 tahun sekali.
Welcome back to the main room. And our next keynote speech of this morning will be delivered live in the studio by Professor Icssf Bayudani Nandianto from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. His talk will focus on the integration of sustainability into educational practices. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Ricky Setiawan. So please join me in welcoming Professor Icssf Nandianto to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Namaste, and warm greetings to all of you. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the fourth keynote session in the second International Conference on SDGs for Sustainable Future, Icssf 2026. Today's session is centered on a very timely and important theme, collaborative action of environmental science and renewable energy for the future on SDGs in higher education. My name is Ricky Setiawan, the faculty member in the study program of elementary teacher education, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, and I will serve as your moderator for this fourth keynote session. So let us now move to our keynote speakers here beside me, who is already sitting beside me, Professor Dr. Icssf Bayudani Nandianto. Hi, good morning, Professor.
Morning.
How are you today, Professor?
Yeah, very good, yeah.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce Professor Dr. Icssf Bayudani Nandianto briefly to our participants. So Professor Dr. Icssf Bayudani Nandianto is a professor of chemistry at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He earned his Doctor of Engineering degree from Hiroshima University, Japan, and has established a highly distinguished academic career marked by extensive international engagement as a visiting professor and scholar at leading universities worldwide. His scholarly expertise spans chemical engineering, monostructured materials, particle technology, environmental science, and science education. And he is internationally recognized as one of the world's top 2% scientists for his sustained global research impact. And he is also nationally acknowledged as a top-ranked scholar in Indonesia's Science and Technology Index. SINTA serves as also as editor-in-chief of multiple Scopus Indexes journal, and is a highly cited researcher who has received numerous prestigious national and international honors for his outstanding contributions to science, research, and higher education. So keynote speaker in this session will be given 30 minutes to present during this session, and this will be followed by a Q&A session for 10 minutes. And the summary of this keynote session will be provided at the end of the session. So without further ado, Professor Dr. Icssf Bayudani Nandianto, the time will be yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the moderator, also for the committee here. Today, I would like to present, it's okay now. Hello, test, yeah. Today I would like to present, to share about the harnessing biomass waste, particle technology in sustainable product development. So I am Icssf Bayudani Nandianto. I am from Program Studi Teknik Kimia, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Okay, next please. Okay, this is a little bit about my brief curriculum vitae. So I graduate from 2000, so from SMA 7 Bandung, and then go to for ST or Bachelor Engineering in Chemical Engineering ITB, and then also I continue to do master research master, and then PhD Doctor Engineering in Hiroshima University, and then I did several visiting professor, and also I was assistant professor in Japan and in other university in abroad, yeah. And then also next please. So this is my achievement. I think I have awarded about now more than 50 awards from national and international awards. So and then also I'm now in the rank of the number one of the Sinta, yeah. Yeah, alhamdulillah, yeah. Okay. Next please. So I would like to present my presentation. What is the meaning of biomass? So this is my main research in Indonesia. So the term of biomass refers to the organic matter made from plants or animal waste or microorganism. And then when it is burned, the chemical energy in biomass is released as heat. Yeah. The fact of the biomass is versatility, potential waste, economic impact, and abundance. So the role of particle technology, why we need the particle technology, is because of the particle technology can convert biomass waste into better, and then also valuable product, yeah, additional valuable product. For example, using material preparation, we can do mechanical treatment, carbonization, pyrolysis, gasification, chemical treatment. And for example, in here, biomass, for example, can we can do the combustion, incineration, liquefaction, hydropyrolysis, slow fast pyrolysis, and etc. Okay, next please. Okay. The next is about the importance of biomass conversion in reducing environmental impact, is about greenhouse effect of mitigation, and also waste management, and then circular economy promotion. That is three main points why we need to convert biomass into valuable product. We need to make a conversion, yeah, reduce to make a reduce environmental effect. Okay, next please. Okay, the importance of biomass conversion, for example, converting biomass into valuable product. Many research about this matter. For example, bioethanol, biogas, solid fuel, and then next please. And then biochemical, material and polymers, and then nutrition product, and then that one. That's why to improve the process efficiency, we need to put some particle technology so we can control the particle size. What is the matter of the particle size is because particle technology can improve surface area optimization, for example, diffusion efficiency, and ability to enter small spaces. That's why biomass become better function and better application for this matter. Okay, next please. So this is our studies in my university, in UPI, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. So the simple way for the biomass conversion is, for example, we have agricultural waste, and then we can milling, and then we put binder. We can create 3 types. For example, we pack and we heat, and then with a specific binder we can make a brake pad, or we can pack and heat and carbonization. We can make a briquette, and then we pack, heat, and make a cementization. We can get concrete. Okay, next please. That is the theory. But now we hear in our study, for example, what did the realistic application of biomass. For example, we have a problem with water hyacinth. Yeah, water hyacinth in Indonesia is very, very huge, and then make a problem now. So using water hyacinth, we can put the particle technology to get, for example, wastewater treatment, and then filter remediation, and bioplastic, and also automotive brake pad, and bioenergy, and also fertilizer and animal feed, and etc. Also with the biomass, for example, we can make a bioplastic. We just put some carbohydrate from biomass, and then we put some polymer, and then we mix, and then we heat and pack. We can get bioplastic. That is what we did for the biomass. Also, for example, biomass is usually rich of silica. By changing biomass, burning and milling, we can get burnt biomass, and then we put some alkali treatment. We can get porous carbon particle, for example. Also, by using milling process, we can get carbon composite. And also, when we leaching, we make alkali treatment, we can get silicon alkoxide or silica with OH4. So when we drying again, we can get silica particles. That is the main point of the biomass. I mean the realistic application of the biomass. Okay, next please. Okay, finally, thank you very much for your attention. Let's take action now to protect our planet, and then to build a sustainable future by changing biomass. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Icssf Bayudani Nandianto, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation. So before I summarize today's session, so we will now move into the Q&A session. I will invite all participants to join us for this interactive segment. We will open to 2 single questions. So for the participants joining online, you may type your questions in the chat box, or you may ask directly by mentioning your name and institution before delivering your questions. Okay, we have 1 question here, Professor, from in the chat box. Okay, once again, I invite all the participants who join us online to ask the questions. So you may type your questions in the chat box, or you may ask directly to Professor Nandianto by asking directly by mentioning your name and institution first before delivering your questions. Okay, while we are waiting for the questions from the participants, allow me, Professor, to ask questions to you about today's presentation. So it's very great presentation about harnessing biomass waste, and we know this is very important because in order to make our world becoming more sustainable, we should control the biomass waste. And in order to do that, how should we as academicians to increase our environmental awareness regarding this material, this subject you just mentioned. And we are also, as faculty members or lecturers, how we also can do the best practices to increase the environmental awareness of our students.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, it is very good question. The first is about the meaning of biomass. So biomass can be converted because it is to support SDGs, yeah. So the first awareness about how to make people, how to make student, academician to understand what is the meaning of the biomass. Okay, so when they understand the biomass itself, so the first thing we can do is how, for example, we distinguish between waste. Usually it is in the what is developed country, they separate between biomass and plastic and can and as bottle, everything. So after that one, the biomass of domestic waste we can control, and then we can convert it into better. That is, I think the first thing that we can do. After we can separate between biomass and non-biomass, actually the simple way we can burn, right? And then we can burn, and then we can create, we can get energy. But for the next step, we can do not only burn, we can as I discussed before, we can convert it into several types of material. Byproduct. Yeah. Okay. I hope that is.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor.
The practical way.
Yeah, it's very important how we can convert the waste into energy.
Yeah.
So we are not only depending on the fossil energy, but we also can convert the waste into the energy. Thank you, Professor, for your insightful answers. And here we have one question from Ilyas Adi. Professor, allow me to read the questions. So regarding the insights from Professor Nandianto on the role of practical technology in biomass processing, specifically through methods like carbonization and gasification. So how do you see the integration of this technical innovation into the broader university research framework to effectively accelerate the achievement of specific on SDG 7 and SDG 12?
Okay, good. It is, I think, the first is the integration. We can make integration between technical innovation, and then also, indeed, what is the meaning of university? University create innovation. So after university create the innovation, after they innovate something, the technology, and then the next step is about how to implement that one to convert the biomass. But the problem is, in Indonesia, to make it happen, it is not only about the integration, but the first is the education to the people, the meaning of biomass, how to separate, for example, waste. That is the first point. After we separate, I think we can integrate the innovation, the research innovation, for example, the technical or engineering, from the engineering point of view, we can create it, and then we can apply it, and then after that we can get we can get circular economy, circular economy, and then also support the SDGs. Yeah, I think that one, I hope it is clear.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So yes, the right knowledge about biomass is very important. That's the foundation before we go into the integration and application of that technique into our daily life actions. Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So yes, I think after listening to Professor Nandianto presentation, so it's not only the knowledge that we get, but it's very important how we implement that knowledge into the action and the practical into the daily life. Okay, so do we have any other questions? Okay. So we have already 2 questions, Professor, and I think we can continue to the summary of today's session. So allow me to make a brief summary of your today's presentation to our participants joining online. So the keynote address today, entitled Harnessing Biomass Waste, Particle Technology in Sustainable Product Development, presented a compelling vision of how biomass waste can be transformed into high-value sustainable products through advanced particle technology. And here, Professor Dr. Icssf Bayudani Nandianto underscored the strategic importance of biomass conversion in reducing environmental impacts and also mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, minimizing landfill waste, and supporting circular bioeconomy principles. And also the most important is this presentation systematically explore major biomass conversion routes, including bioethanol, biogas, biocar, biochemicals, bioplastic, and sustainable polymers, and also nutritional products. And a key emphasis was placed on particle size control as a critical engineering parameter that enhances surface area, mass transfer, reaction efficiency, and functional performance across industrial applications. And the most important, the keynote session from Professor Nandianto further demonstrated the real-world applicability of these concepts through research case studies, converting biomass waste such as water into value-added products including briquettes, construction materials, brake pads, bioplastics, silica carbon composites, concluding with a strong call for collective action towards sustainable innovation and environmental stewardship. So I think this will open a very broad opportunity for next research collaboration in this biomass waste. Okay, so Professor Nandianto, before we close this session, as we come to the end of this session, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to you, Professor Dr. Icssf Bayudani Nandianto, for your insightful and inspiring presentation. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you for generously sharing your expertise with us today, and we also extend our gratitude to all participants for your kind attention. And now we would like to present you a certificate as a token of appreciation. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation for today's fourth keynote session, and stay inspired, stay connected, and we will see you again in the next conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Standing majestically in the city of heroes to become a place for champions. Embracing all societies, creating a cultured campus, preserving the work of the nation's ancestors. Striving for achievement, igniting the fighting spirit of competition. Born from the basis of education and science, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is now increasingly independent by earning the status of legal entity university. Having established 5 campuses in East Java that are integrated, UNESA is ready to reach various groups to be able to pursue higher education. UNESA Campus 1 is located on Ketintang, Surabaya. There are 6 faculty buildings, which include Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Thank you once again to Professor Icssf Nandianto and also Mr. Ricky Setiawan for moderating this session. The following keynote speaker for this session is now Professor Osman Gültekin from Istanbul Aydın University, Turkey. Professor Gültekin will address sustainable development in the context of energy systems and environmental resilience. The session will be moderated by Dr. Irena Maurin. Please join me in welcoming Professor Gültekin to the stage.
Good morning, distinguished guests, participants, and honorable speakers. Still in the second International Conference on Sustainability in Science and the Future 2026. With me, Irena Maurin. Today we have a special session. Our keynote address an important question at the heart of sustainability development and higher education. It is my pleasure to introduce Osman Gültekin from Istanbul Aydın University, Turkey. Professor Gültekin, are you with us?
Yeah. Hello and good morning.
Hello. Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Gültekin is the UNESCO Chair on Cultural Diplomacy, Governance and Education. He is also an assistant professor of Political Science and International Relations, and Director of International Relations at Istanbul Aydın University. His work focuses on international education, public diplomacy, soft power, and the internationalization of higher education. Wow, it's really related with our university. Okay, Professor Gültekin, how are you today?
I'm good. Thank you very much. I hope all our audience and all the distinguished professors are doing well too.
Okay, glad to have you with us. And without further ado, Professor Gültekin will deliver a keynote speech and speak for about 20 to 30 minutes. Would that be okay with you? Okay,
yes, perfect.
And yes, and followed by a Q&A session afterward. So the session is yours, Professor. You may take between 20 and 30, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me in this wonderful conference. And sustainability issues are very important in international environment now. And also in the heart of that, the collaboration between universities who are focusing on sustainability is very important. And I would like to share my screen because I would like to draw attention to why the universities' involvement in this, and especially conferences like this, is helping and supporting to it. But it is, of course, international education is highly affected by the bilateral and multilateral relations of the state. So I would like to, if I can, draw attention to this too. Yeah. So it is not a international education cooperation. It's not a new subject indeed. It starts from ancient Greece times, but most of the time it is affected by the global power hierarchy. So we cannot think it alone, like, you know, the like independent from like the global power hierarchies, and it always reflects its time, you know, its time, the like the position of the, you know, like the major or significant powers in the world order of its time. And education has like two impacts in two main dimensions for the countries. One of them is looking inward, like for domestically. It helps countries to develop. It helps countries to economically grow. It helps countries to advance technologically. And also it helps countries it trains people for democratization, and economic growth plus democratization helps countries to develop. And also education with its international dimension, and it is very inescapable in today's world with the inclusion of mobile students from different countries. And almost all universities now, they are receiving students from different backgrounds. So although the countries offer it in the national level, it automatically turns into international education character. So that's why it is inescapable for the the institutions and for the countries too. And also with international education, actually the power that you produce for your country gets exposed internationally. It can serve as a multiplier, enhancer of your domestic power or domestic influence. Or if you stay behind in this internationalization activities, actually it may diminish your influence, both domestically and internationally. So it is very inescapable. So this is something that the international cooperations, international conferences in that manner on those subjects, sustainable development and other important subjects, you know, it's carrying very important mission and importance in that sense. Okay. And there are mainly three ways to study international education. One of these is philosophical, so the ethical values, you know, on the basis of the international education, and pedagogical, how you are delivering the course better for students to, you know, embrace about the content and everything. And comparatively, if you do something good in one context, then it can be borrowed by the other nation or by other country, and it can be used where it is needed. So comparatively, but we are always like in our university. I am hosting UNESCO Chair on Cultural Diplomacy, but there is that part that is important too, like the interactions between the institutions, between the universities, crossing borders. So the international relations aspect or diplomacy aspect, serving as the educational diplomacy, is important too. If you have knowledge, like if you are sharing it with other, you know, international partners, then actually you are basically magnifying its effect, its impact for a, you know, global and common actually good. So at the national level, as I mentioned, like modernization, political socialization, democratization, and enhancements in technology. And of course, like if you end up like with qualities to students, then they are going to be serving as a better, more qualified human capital. Then you are going to have development. Then sustainable development is the most important part of it. And bringing that, you know, the experience in the other cases then you might have international development where needed in post-conflict situations, for example, or country reconstruction cases. And education emergencies in conflict zone, you cannot stop education, so you need to bring those knowledge in those situations, in those cases too. So, and also we need to embed peace element in those educational systems. So UNESCO has a definition of international education back in 1974, saying that it's standardized national education for mutual international understanding, cooperation, and peace. So when you look at the UNESCO's definition, you see, although acknowledging that education is in the national level, but it has an international mission. It is for international understanding, international cooperation, and international peace. So education has that mission, that role already in peace, and also in the consideration of sustainable development. And with development, actually, as you have more sources to create and more developed understanding between the students, then you can reach peace. So education has two dimensions, as national education and international education. And education is the producer of power, or like the development within the countries. And it has an international dimension, cross-border character, and it can also serve as disseminator, enhancer, and multiplier of the country's influence in the other foreign context. So here it brings us to educational diplomacy. So why this kind of activities, international academic conferences or international educational exchanges, are important? Because it actually it helps to connect the nations, and also it helps to facilitate communication between the nations. Otherwise, what happens is like people are watching each other from TV channels or from news media, and there are some certain stereotyping in those media channels, and with that, they are growing their prejudices, biases, negative images with each other. But helping people to communicate, interact with each other, then you will see that they are going to be breaking down, eliminating those prejudices, and people, indeed, other than the government, can get easily along well. So like the public diplomacy starts with, in the past, in the history, like as monologue, the countries would like to express themselves, and then dialogue, like getting demands from outside for explanation, so they would make the explanations. But now it's very proactive. Instead of waiting the foreign audiences to ask from them, they go out with those cultural activities or with educational activities, and they express themselves, and then they get reactions, and then they always develop. So it actually got very active, in an active posture that the countries and the institutions need to act. So public diplomacy is important part of, actually, sometimes it's called educational diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, science diplomacy. In all forms, it is helping to build peace, and it helps the countries, all of them, to get in a better condition regarding sustainable development. So it helps countries to, for image building, and also those exchanges helps world peace and sustainable development. And there are many examples of that from the history. But there is one thing that the countries should pay attention. Most of the time we are thinking that, our students will go outside and they are going to be representing their countries, and they are going to be our nation's cultural ambassadors. And we are thinking that the students that we host in our countries, they are going to get familiarized about our culture. And when they go back to their country, they are going to be sympathizers and again cultural ambassadors of our country or culture or nation. But we need to consider the cases that we send our students abroad, but they compare, but they would like to stay in another country, then actually we are losing maybe the brightest minds of our countries. So this is what it is called brain drain. And also, the students that we host in our countries, they can be in our programs for 1 year, 2 years, or maybe like for all bachelor level studies, like for 4 years. But if they are not satisfied, well, or when they go back, like if they don't have the nicest, experiences, and most of the time it happens because there is like limited interaction with the local people or localities. And then actually their feedback to their people in their country may not be a very positive one. In that case, this educational diplomacy may not work in the way that we aim for. So we need to make sure that, those educational exchanges are also, like rewarding one for the experiences of the students. So we need to make sure that it helps to support the global understanding. It facilitates the knowledge sharing in the best way. So after this is assured, then we can reach like what the original or genuinely targeting from those educational exchanges. And there is another trend in international education in this regard, that there is now like sharing is good, cooperation is good, and etc. But we should also not fall into the trap of this race or like competition, between the institutions. Especially now, the internationalization environment or international education is dominated by the rankings and the other there are different rankings, and the institutions are chasing for to be ranked in higher places in those rankings. But what is most important, and it is going to help the image of the countries, and it is going to help to the genuine international exchanges and the benefits of it, is like this kind of actually, the context-based, like on important issues, the academic gatherings. So, and also there is this trend, this regionalization, and with those actually the numbers are now the 8 million international students are traveling to other countries. With this trend, this is something that we need to keep an eye to not to lose the genuine, the essential part of those international education. Otherwise, it is going to be one of the, the areas that, may not help for peace, but having competition or rivalry in this regard. So as I said, like the international education has founding roots in the history already, that before even in ancient Greece, in BC times too, the traveling scholars in ancient Greece time and Rome, they were distributing that academic knowledge in other, city-states in their time. And also in the 18th and 12th century, we are seeing that Islamic world internationalization. So like Baghdad being the hub of, learning and education, all the other scholars were traveling to Baghdad and, they were sharing their knowledge. And when they go back to their hometowns, so in that way, international education or some sort of like international activities was getting like, the address to a, larger audience. And in the 13th and 14th century, it shifts to Europe, and Latin being the Latin language, it being the lingua franco of academia. And with the establishment of the universities in Europe, then we have some sort of like medieval internationalization. And in the 15th and 17th century, we have nationalization of universities, and it is corresponding the time that is, then the nation states are started to emerge. So like then the universities are thinking for their start thinking for their interest. And in the 18th and 19th century, we are witnessing colonial era education. So like using education and bringing it to the colonized areas, like with the major power countries, colonial power countries. So education is used basically to establish their system there and reinforce their way of thinking and basically to influence their political influence, to increase their political influence in those regions. And in the 20th century, in the first half, then we see like the low level of international mobilities, individual based and very genuine. One German would like to, go to another country, maybe to the United States, to get good education because they heard so. And then they go there and doing like everything, like all the communication with the university and everything in all those times, like consider the communication methods. So it was very individual level and low level. And of course, there are no visas. Visas are an important part of this education activities. So it was that traditional internationalization period. And when I say international education here, actually, I'm meaning like the dissemination of academic knowledge in other parts of the world. So international academic activities, exchanges are part of that too. And in the First World War II, international development education, with the establishment of international institutions, then we have that. Education is used as a tool in the development projects of the new countries, newly independent countries. And in 1970s, the education with the scholarships and stuff, like being used. And this is the first actually recognition of international education as the international policy making of the countries or foreign affairs making. So like some of the world leaders in some countries, they were trained in the main destinations. So that's why they are more familiar towards those countries. So there's a influence from those countries of course, like coming from the other countries, right? So 1980s neoliberal paradigm. So like the privatization, other than the public universities, there are many universities, private universities in the world right now. But it helped, interestingly, massification process. Like now, more people start to enroll to universities. So it got it actually popularized. So it helped in the way that, it helped the access or like the availability, more availabilities for the students. And we see like commercialization, and then with the Bologna process, then more intense internationalization, and the UK and the USA, they had like a lot of like incentives for their institutions, and then we have more intense international activities in 2010s, like then with the purpose of like the private universities to gain more income from this international activities, then there is this complex competitive the internationalization period, and with the introduction of quality assurance frameworks and of course rankings. So this is why this area got competitive. And now we see a post-globalization and regionalization trend as now like it used to be from south to north, traditionally for many decades and maybe a century. But now we see regional hubs like Indonesia, Malaysia, or Korea are being one of those. So like they are targeting the neighboring countries, and like Turkey can be considered one of them with the increasing, the Islamophobia in Western destinations, and surprisingly, they are more protective visa measures. Now, for example, Turkey had become the 6th in top international student receiving hub countries. But of course, now we have like in recent times in 2020s, like with the experience of COVID-19 pandemic, now there's like different types of online internationalization models and hybrid programs, like me joining you from far, like, now it became more common. So it actually helped in some, some significant and other ways. So these are the most important milestones in the development of international education and internationalization. But for the direction to make sure that international education is delivering what is promising to, we need to be aware that about the competition part and the nation states, the influence on the independent institutions. Academic freedom is one of the issues that attracts attention in that regard. With that, with the free, discussion on the important matters for the world, then we can have progress in those, the international academic operations. I think I should stop here, and if I may, I would like to open the floor to your questions. And there are many, analysis that, studies that we are doing on this, whether it is, becoming a knowledge diplomacy or in the like a subfield of cultural diplomacy, or like this sharp power approach and competition approach and nation-centric approach is something that is contradicting the essence of those international education activities. And of course, it limits the sharing of knowledge with the others, which can be something that we should keep an eye, and the nation states, the governments should be also aware of that, because it is in the end, it's a common goal for everyone. It's not always one way, but two ways. And as I'm listening to this conference and I'm learning from you, connecting internationally from other side, we are sharing. It's not always one way. So thank you very much. So I would be very interested in hearing your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Gultekin. Such an insightful presentation. Well, I studied international relation myself, but only today I realized that international education is not just learning across borders, but also politics and soft
Yeah.
power and globalization, yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now open the floor for question and comments. Please state your name and affiliation. If you write on the chat box, maybe we will wait for that. And while we were waiting, allow me to ask one question. At UNESA, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, we are part of this working task force, World Class University. We are focusing on internationalization of higher education, especially for UNESA. And from your perspective, how can universities pursue internationalization strategies? Because we learned that it is politics and soft power and global world. So then we need strategies for that, right? How can we strengthen global while remaining ethically grounded? Because we have values, and like what you have already stated, that the students will be sent overseas, but they may or may not return to the home country, and all about this. So what do you think to strengthen our internationalization policies for this case?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this very valuable question. The internationalization has different aspects. Like one of them is like getting connected with your partners, foreign partners. Then you can share like your, the like academic knowledge with them, and in return, of course, you are going to be maybe getting expertise or like receiving faculty members to endow like knowledge with you too. And also, this is one part, international academic relations, and the other, and exchanges, and the other part is international mobile students. Like, they are enrolling to other countries for some, like specific time, depending on the duration of their program. And their experience and taste in the form of like their satisfaction is very important. Because if you are hosting an international student and if they are not creating meaningful relations, interactions with the locals, then they are going to be like separated from those local stakeholders. And if they are separated, they are going to be patient to stay in your country for 3 or 4 years. But when they go back with their negative feedbacks, actually it is going to help the conflict between two nations. It's not going to help like this, the coming together or like approachment of those nations. They are going to be giving like, negative feedback, and they are going to say, oh, I was there, like, I could stand in that country for 4 years, but every day I was suffering and etc. If they get this feedback, then, imagine that, the other students are having, in a similar way, then actually it is not going to be helping. So that's why student experience centered, like ensuring their satisfaction type of internationalization is very important. It is one aspect related to student experience part. And for the international academic relations part, the most of the things that the universities are doing is this, like, is for those like rankings. But when you do rankings, checkbox, okay, like clicked and everything, but if you are not producing something with a social impact, like helping like the people outside, or like not helping to academia itself, actually there is, you again, like we are missing the most genuine and essential and central part of those international academic exchanges. This is the thing, like, we shouldn't be letting it should help, like cultural diplomacy through those international academic exchanges should help peace, international peace and international cooperation. We should be always on that side, but also we should be aware that, student experience is satisfied well, and also genuine aspect and sharing and like working towards the social common goal and social impact are achieved also. I think there is one question. It is asking
Yeah,
for
there is this one question from Salsa Zahra. Thank you for your question, Salsa. You mentioned that public diplomacy efforts often fail due to inconsistencies between domestic values and the international image a country seeks to project. For higher education institutions in countries undergoing democratic transition, how can they build credible soft power if their domestic political policies are perceived as unattractive or inconsistent by the global community? What do you think, Professor Gultekin?
It is another very important question, and actually we were working on that too. So soft power is in action like in two ways. Like, you are looking it from outside and you are deciding to study and go to another country, and you are making a very important decision in your life as a young person. And you are saying, okay, I would like to go to Turkey or France or in any other countries, but you don't have any previous experience before. So you are looking it from outside and you are investing, and you are asking from your parents to invest some considerable amount for your travel and for your studies in other country. But when you go there, like there's an image from outside, and it's an attractive one for you because you would like to travel to other country, and you are like sacrificing all those like financial sources and everything. And when you go there, you are seeing the reality of that country. Then you start to evaluate real soft power image of that country. And then you are being one of them, and there are other 100,000 students, and like for example, democratic values that you see that, that you think that is supported in that country, you go there and you experience by yourself, and you have your own opinion, and the others will be thinking maybe in the same way. When you come back to your country, then you will tell about the reality of that country. And it is going to be a maybe revision in the real soft power image of that country. So like it is happening, maybe I should give like from Turkish example too. There are Turkish TV series, that is being shown in other countries' TV channels, and it shows most of the time like Bosphorus scene, like by the water and everything. There are like nice, houses by the Bosphorus and stuff. But Istanbul is not all about the Bosphorus. Like it's a big city, and the university that they are going to be enrolling to might be like far away from those regions. Like 20 million people live in Istanbul. These are not all of them in the type of the characters that are shown in those like TV series, right? So the reality of Istanbul can be different from what you perceive from outside, what you see like from outside. So when you come to Istanbul, you are going to, for example, witness the reality, Turkish reality. And that reality may not be matching what you saw in TV, right? In that case, actually, then to make the image of a country sustainable in public diplomacy terms, the countries should take this hosting international students business operations very serious. That's why I am saying they need to guarantee the satisfaction of the experiences of international students, help them to build meaningful interactions with localities and actually with the other international students. In that way, they can be, successful. I hope it answers to your question about public diplomacy.
Yes, thank you very much, Mbak Salsa. I hope that answer your question. And thank you for the engaging discussion, Professor. But due to the time constraint, we will need to conclude this session.
Thank you very much
Professor, Professor Gultekin, on behalf of the Icssf 2026 Organizing Committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for your valuable contribution to this conference. And as a small token of our appreciation, we would like to present you the certificate. Yeah. And maybe visit you one day.
Yeah, of course. We are partner universities and we are looking forward to receiving your colleagues from your university anytime, always.
Okay, very nice. Thank you once again, Professor Gultekin. And thank you for all participants for your attention and participation. We wish you productive day and continuation of the conference. Thank you. Bye.
To each of our esteemed keynote speakers, your insights, wisdom, and dedication have inspired and enlightened us. Your contributions have been invaluable in shaping the conversations and driving us towards collaborative action of environmental science and renewable energy for the future on SDGs in higher education. Likewise, our moderators have also played a pivotal role in guiding our discussions, ensuring they were informative, engaging, and inclusive. After this, we are going to have an hour break, and we will resume our conference at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. And after the break, we are going to begin our parallel session. For our parallel session, please proceed to the assigned breakout rooms. On your bottom right corner, you will see there are 9 breakout rooms that you can join according to your schedule. Please refer to the program book that we have already distributed as in the WhatsApp group as well as in the chat box on Zoom. In the breakout room, you will be welcomed by moderators who will be in charge of the flow of the presentation. If there are any questions, please do not hesitate to chat on Zoom so that the committee can assist you. You are also welcome to join other rooms once you are done with your own presentation. Once again, we'd like to extend our sincerest gratitude to our co-hosts, especially to the Equity Program by LPDP, whose contributions have been instrumental in shaping the success of this conference. To all participants, thank you for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and meaningful contributions throughout the conference. It's been an honor to serve you as the Master of Ceremonies. Stay safe, stay inspired, and have a good presentation session. See you at 1 p.m. Thank you.